Hey everyone, I'm Deeg. I'm here today chatting with Deroir, long-time Guild Wars 2 fanatic, creator, streamer, and just an all-around interesting dude. How's it going, Deroir?
It's going really well. Thank you. Thank you for asking.
I'm
And
pleased to
I'm
hear
just
that, man.
excited about this conversation. I've really been looking forward to this.
Me
Huge
too,
fan.
man.
Yeah.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. That makes my day. I'm so pleased to connect. Um, I've had a great time going around the Guild Wars 2 community in the last few weeks and talking to various voices. I have this real sense that there's a a real I don't know if it's a need or an opportunity, but certainly a desire to talk through some interesting things that affect the community and each of us as individuals. And I think that the things that things that a lot of us experience as individuals are also experienced by a lot of other folks, and it's hard to talk about. And that's why I like doing this. But anyway, enough about me. Let's talk about you, Mr. DeRoyer. Guild Wars 2 is your game. Still?
It is my game, I guess. Well, technically, yeah. Still, I know a lot of people think that I've quit and left it for good and never coming back, all that stuff. And I think to a certain degree, I think Teapot has kind of helped that rumor spread like wildfire.
Teapot
Shout
likes
out
to
to the mighty
poke the
Teapot.
bear.
Kinda. I mean, the thing is, like, yeah, I kind of stepped down from being a content creator. I kind of stepped down from like gaming in general to like focus on other things in life.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
That's more of what actually happened, um, I guess. But at the same time, yeah, I'm gonna be the first one to admit that yes, I did have a bit of uh, a rage quit moment. I'll probably be the first one to admit it.
Sure. As,
With Guild Wars 2, that kind of left me with a sour taste in my mouth,
mm,
not feeling like really doing all the hard work of creating content every day and streaming and getting invested into anything
yeah,
related to the game. So, but yeah, there's a lot of emotions there. It's just like,
definitely, man. I think it's an
yeah,
emotion a lot of other people have been through and felt too. Um, and what you just said about uh, needing to have that passion just show up and do the content. Yeah, the content game is it's fueled by passion. It ain't fueled by dollars, that's for sure. At least that's
that
been my
is
experience.
definitely for sure. It's kind of like a fun thing actually, because um, back when I started doing this whole YouTube thing, it kind of was just it was purely driven by passion,
Hmm. Hmm.
with the hope that maybe someday, out in the far out future, obviously every problem would be solved, and I could definitely live off of just doing this and escape reality and stay in the game forever.
That's
But I
right.
think
End of the
as
lists.
I got as I got older and matured a bit, I got other priorities,
Hmm.
and then I just started seeing it differently over time.
Sure. Sure.
Yeah,
Well, let's set a baseline. Let's talk about
let's.
how you started with Guild Wars 2. Why why did you choose it? How did you fall in love with it? What was your life like when you got into it? What's the story?
It that's actually honestly, I find that to be a really interesting story,
Okay.
and I know that's a bit of a just patting myself on the back, but it isn't
Well, let's
really
find out.
it isn't really that kind of story. It's more of like I find it interesting because it says a lot about who I was at the time,
Okay.
as a person.
Hmm.
So back when Guild Wars 2 came out, um, I picked up the game. I was very excited. I got a new PC. It was the first video game that I really played in, I mean, years. It was right
Hmm.
after my high school,
Okay.
right at the end of it that it came out, and I was super excited. But I was also super excited to just get on with like life.
Okay. Okay.
So the game came out. It was exciting, but I actually hated it to begin with. Like
Oh
I
no.
absolutely despised it.
Why?
But I forced myself to like it. The thing was, like, I was an old Guild Wars 1 fan,
Yeah,
and
okay.
it was Guild Wars 1 was the first game I ever really played for
Yeah.
more than well, I mean, a couple of hundred hours. Um, so it just kind of, when Guild Wars 2 came out, well, let's actually rewind it just slightly, because when Guild Wars 1 kind of ended, with the announcement of Guild Wars 2 coming out. I just dropped
Right.
it like it was hot. Like I didn't want to play it. I didn't even touch it for
Huh.
years and years. And
Interesting.
then I was like, yeah, I'm ready for Guild Wars 2 whenever that comes out in the far distant
Did
future.
you do the Hall of
Uh,
Monuments before you quit, or did you just
yeah, yeah, yeah,
quit?
yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I did it for like a couple of weeks, and I was like, yeah, no,
Okay.
this holds no value for me.
Okay. So,
It's
just so people know who aren't familiar with
mhm.
Guild Wars, when they pivoted from Guild Wars 1 to Guild Wars 2, when there was a decision to do that, they dropped their plans for a third expansion and instead decided they're going to make a different third expansion that would pivot the franchise towards Guild Wars 2. They wanted to make Guild Wars 2 the sequel, which was Eye of the North, and one of the tentpole features of it was the Hall of Monuments, which is basically a hall that you can flesh out by getting achievements within Guild Wars 1 that then would result in unlocks in Guild Wars 2 for cosmetic items and stuff like that. So, yeah, a lot of people were excited about that, but you weren't, it sounds like.
I weren't no, not really. Like I was like surface level excited, but in reality, a lot of things was happening for me at that time.
Okay.
It was like I was getting older. I was a young kid. I was a young teen, but it
Yeah.
was like I was
If
getting
you were
older.
graduating high school when
Other
Guild
stuff
Wars
was
2 came out, then that means when Guild Wars 1 came out, you would have been like 10, 11
I
years
was like,
old.
yeah, I think I was 14, like
Okay.
13, 14. That was 13, 14. Yeah, give or take. That
Got it.
was when I was
Teenager.
really heavily invested in. Yeah,
Yeah.
teenager.
Yeah.
So there were other things growing up, but even then, I was like, yeah, whenever Guild Wars 2 comes out, I will give it a real good try, and
Okay.
I will love it. And that was basically what I told myself. So when Guild Wars 2 came out, I forced myself to like it because I really hated everything about it. It was so
Huh.
different. It wasn't Guild Wars 1. It looked like, I remember the UI. I was just thinking, this looks like absolute doo doo. I'm not going to curse live.
Oh, you can,
Um,
man. We're 18
and
plus.
it's still the same UI, which is the funniest thing.
Yeah. So, like,
But yeah,
other than the UI, what turned you off?
well, it was just it looked slobby. It looked
Uh,
kind of just weird or blurry edges. Everything was just no. I
yeah, it
like the
went for that.
refined edges. I don't know. It was just kind of a weird experience
Okay.
because
All right.
I very vividly remember hating the game, but then telling myself I am going to like this game. So I just
Gonna
kept on
like it.
playing.
Yes.
I kept on
A
playing,
true MMO
but at the
gamer
same
right there.
exactly. Which was the weirdest thing because at the same time I was planning on going on going backpacking in Australia
Cool.
for 4 months with a good friend of mine.
Nice.
And so the game came out and we went backpacking, and it was exciting. It was awesome. It was my first dip into the YouTube space. Actually,
Hmm.
that was when I started making vlogs, personal
Uh-huh.
vlogs, like
Uh-huh.
travel vlogs.
Uh-huh.
And it was an awesome experience, just sharing that on YouTube, putting that out. Obviously, I've been making videos and stuff like that for years and years. It's always been a hobby for me.
Hmm.
So this was just like a natural step. And we finished our trip, and I came back, and I was like, all right. I feel like I missed so much. That was exactly when the first Halloween was out,
Hmm.
the Karka attack, all of that stuff, right at the start
The
of the
beginning
game,
of
and
the
I missed
living
those
world.
things. Exactly, I missed those first crucial episodes, never to return. And I felt
Hmm.
really bad about that in a sense, to the point where I was like, all right, I'm going to just dive in. Right after I
Right.
came home, I was just going to dive in, which I did. But it was kind of it was an odd feeling because in reality, what I really wanted to do at the time was not play games.
Hmm.
What I wanted to do was to travel the world. I'd caught the bug after 4 months in Australia. I definitely caught the bug. I was ready
That was a
to
great experience
just
for
like,
you. That 4 months
it was
backpacking.
amazing. It was absolutely amazing.
Tell me
Probably one
about
of
it
the
a little
best four
bit.
months of my entire life.
Where'd you
Well, I
go?
mean,
What'd you do?
we went all over the what was that? The West Coast.
Okay.
So we started in a little town. I forget the name, but it was like a little town in the center of Australia, like
Hmm.
right at the top.
Hmm.
I can look it up, but it doesn't really
Whatever.
matter. Where we got to like uh, dive in a cage with crocodiles.
Oh my god. What's that
that was
like?
like that was like our intro experience to
Get your adrenaline up
Australia.
right at the start,
It,
huh?
yeah, and it was awesome. It was like I was really just like completely bitten by this
Ah,
travel bug, and we got
uh-huh.
to experience everything. We saw the Uluru, the the one mountain that what's it called? Australia actually has in the
Okay.
center.
Okay.
It's the one that it's in every poster of Australia or whatnot.
Goes to show what I
You'll
know.
probably have seen it,
All right.
huh?
Goes to show what I know. It doesn't ring a bell, but I'm sure I've
I
seen
mean,
pictures of
yeah.
it.
That nobody knows the name, anyways. But I guarantee
The
you've seen
Aussie
the image
mountain.
before.
Cool. All right.
Exactly, exactly. And we traveled to the west coast, and then just like backpacked all the way down the west coast.
Mm-hmm.
We were surfing, we were skydiving, we
Uh,
were. I took my master's, not master's, sorry, expertise divers course,
oh,
which was like just a week out on the Great Barrier Reef.
that
It was
sounds
amazing.
amazing.
It was awesome. Like it was everything that I wished it was and more.
Huh.
And we recorded the whole thing. This was back when like YouTube was like a just like a lawless land, let's call it that.
Mm.
So
Mm-hmm.
those videos are not online anymore because there's so much copyrighted music that they
Oh,
got banned in like 4 different waves until they were just deleted off of
they're just
YouTube.
torn to shreds.
Yeah,
Rip.
because there's just like I mean we're just using anything, any
Yeah.
good music, we're just like ripping that,
Well, yeah.
tossing it
It's
on the
early days.
videos.
No one knew what was good or
No,
not. Yeah.
there's no
They didn't even think
control,
about the
nothing
MCA.
whatsoever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was like yeah, what is that? 8 years ago now, almost 9 years ago. So
Before
quite a
Guild Wars
while.
2, yeah, something like that.
Um,
Yeah, the thing
wait,
about
no,
like
yeah, it
what
must
what
be
you're
8 years ago.
describing, like the crocodile, the skydiving, and all that stuff, and the thing that like I don't do a lot of traveling myself. I've never been a big traveler, but I'm starting to gain more respect for it because it seems like those kinds of experiences when you're out in the world and you have to like you're diving with crocodiles. The cool thing about that, I gotta imagine, is that it puts you in situations where it makes you be present to the moment because you're dealing with novelty and
Very
high,
much, very, very much.
and
It
that's got to be
honestly, it
intoxicating.
changed me.
Huh.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was so many amazing experiences that it completely changed me and my view on what I wanted to do in life.
Mhm.
Which was the weirdest thing when I got back, so
What
to
were
speak.
you wanting to do before you went out? What were you thinking about doing with your life before
Well,
you went?
I think before I went, it was more just like I was very casually minded. It was like, yeah, we're gonna go to university, get an education, play video games, chill, have fun,
Yeah,
that kind of stuff.
just like default state
Nothing,
stuff. Yeah.
yeah, nothing really novel, nothing that really like
No purpose.
sparked any purpose, did anything wild.
Mhm.
But then it really changed me, and I was like, I was ready to conquer the world. I was ready to go and experience all the wonders of the that the world had to offer.
Uh-huh.
Um, but the thing is, stuff like that costs a lot of money. 4 months in Australia is not cheap,
Mhm.
and I paid for that entire trip by working at a horrible place. It was a
Hmm.
what's it called? Uh, a hardware electronics store for like 6 months.
Gotta love
Just
retail.
straight. It was horrible. It was a horrible experience. Coworkers were terrible people, and
Oh
like looking
man.
back at that, that was it was honestly like sucking the life out of me.
Mhm.
So it was
Mhm.
like these great contrasts of like having the life sucked out of me doing work to experience the world that is so enlightening to me.
Yeah.
And like these contrasts didn't really mix well for me when I got back home. So it
Hmm.
was this. I had this internal mental struggle where I wanted to see the world, but I did not, for the life of me, want the life sucked out of me by
Yeah.
doing the work that actually would lead to that, which
Mhm.
put me in this like weird paradoxical state where I well, the obvious. I didn't want to do the work required to actually experience the stuff that I wanted.
Mm.
And so I kind of like dropped so much more of my attention than was actually, I mean, in hindsight, was actually really good for me
Mm.
into Guild Wars 2.
Mm.
Um, and that became just like my pseudo adventure. because I couldn't really have an adventure in the real life.
See the world.
So I went on a virtual adventure.
That's right. Materia, baby.
And exactly, and it was great. It was awesome. It was but it definitely it never really felt like the one thing that I really wanted to do with my life.
Sure.
But I kind of always told myself that. So I went through this whole process of like, okay, we're gonna go for this education we've been talking about my whole life. Let's go.
Okay.
So it was like at the same time as like having the pseudo adventure, I wanted to also, well, do something that I found interesting as well. So I started my bachelor's shortly thereafter as well, in psychology and communication.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So and ended up taking that the whole way to having a master's now, graduating in 2020. So
hey, congratulations.
The start of 2020. I guess that was like the end of it all. Technically, let's not get into the technicalities, but technically I was done in like late 2019, but there were like some extra nitpicks that just had to get
all right, some skeletons in the closet to deal with. I get it.
Exactly. Like you know, there's always like a point or 5 that you're missing somewhere, and it's like, oh my god, could you not have told me that a year ago? That was the situation by that point. But let's not get into that because that's just.
So you were finished in 2019, but not finished till 2020. But now here in 2021, you're a master's. You have a master's in psychology.
Exactly, and and I going back to the whole adventuring stuff, it's something that I pursued for a long time as well. So I tried to do it like here and there. Obviously, when you're a student and you're spending your whole time streaming and playing video games and doing all that stuff, it doesn't really leave much room for like making that extra buck to really go adventuring. But I did go on several adventures here and there. I ended up running with the Bulls one year, and yeah.
So is that as crazy as it looks?
Yes, it is the most dangerous, probably worst thing and dumbest thing I have ever done, and will never recommend anyone doing.
There it is.
It was so terrifyingly scary, and I did not realize until I was in it, and like, so the thing is like, okay, so. Let me explain to you the bull run real quick in just like short terms. So essentially, everyone's led into like this funnel essentially, which is just like a winding corridor all down the streets that's completely locked off with like tall walls. The gates open and you have like 2-3 minutes to like walk out into the path before the bulls are let out. You hear a gun go off, and then you know the bulls are loose. So there is this one corner that anyone who's been there will know exactly what I'm talking about. Obviously, there's not a lot of people, but it's called the death corner.
Okay.
And I was standing, so the bulls are coming here. I was standing right here. And the reason why it's called the death corner is because the bulls don't really know that they're going to turn. Yeah. So they skid off and like slide off to the wall on the opposite side.
Makes sense.
And the moment that I realized that this was the worst idea I ever had was me standing here on the corner, seeing the bulls just slam into like 3 guys, just completely demolishing them on the other side, and then continuing to run off. And I have never in my life ran so fast as I did right there. I was terrified for my life.
Oh my god!
And I remember, so you run this whole path all the way to the end, which ends in like this huge arena. And I remember coming into the arena so relieved that I'd actually made it that I started crying. I was just like, and then I started bawling my eyes out and jumped the fence, and I was just like crying all the way out. Like I couldn't control it. It was just full of emotions. Everything was just exploding inside.
Yeah, your body was just like responding.
Exactly. And I told myself I'd never do that again.
Holy shit. Is there a video somewhere Oh, sorry, go ahead.
There is actually. It was on the same channel as well. So
Oh,
it is not there right now. But I
okay.
have the feeling that that I have to pull those out at one point again
I want to see it,
because I
man.
have the backups. I just need to upload them without the music.
Deroir running with the bulls. What did your girlfriend say?
Yeah. She refused to talk to me all throughout the. Uh, so I was off with a friend to Spain, and she didn't want to talk to me on the phone for the entire duration until it was done.
Hmm.
Understandably, it was dumb. It was dumb. So yeah,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I've still had those adventures here and there, and it's still a huge passion of mine to explore and see the world.
Uh-huh.
And I feel like that's one of those things that I more started to begin to realize
Uh-huh.
in bigger scales now that I've gotten older and kind of taken a step back from Guild Wars 2. But
Sure.
I'm getting ahead of myself because we still have a lot of Guild Wars 2 to get through, so to speak.
Sure, sure. Yeah,
Um,
absolutely. So, throwing yourself into Guild Wars too. You said that you, and we can get back to where you are now, of course. You said that you made yourself like it. Were you successful in making yourself like it, or did that feeling
oh
stay with
yeah,
you? Okay.
definitely, uh, definitely. I
When did you
mean,
turn the corner?
I don't actually remember that, which
Huh.
is the funniest thing. I very vividly remember the first time that I jumped into the game, hated it, and then I don't remember when it switched.
Hmm.
But 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 it just kind of happened over time.
Gradual thing. Hmm.
It might as well have been like Stockholm syndrome for all I know. It was like I feel, I mean, this is my home now. Let's go. I might as well love it, right?
Okay.
But it never really felt like that. So I wouldn't myself describe it as that. But I don't know when it switched.
Hmm.
But it did, and I just got really invested. It was like get one character to 80, get the next character to 80, just continue, and then the living story came out. Get every achievement, focus on that, do all those things, and then at some point during, I think it was like late season 1,
Hmm.
I started doing guides on how to do these achievements because I felt like I was
Uh-huh.
so efficient at some of these things. In hindsight, it wasn't really that efficient. I was kind of terrible at some of the things. But hey, you live and learn, right?
Be kind to our
Um,
past selves. We try.
yeah. And I didn't really have any recording gear or anything. So what I did was I would like mix everything together. So I would stream all of my entire recording. I would stream it to Twitch because I was convinced that no one was watching it,
Uh-huh.
and no one really was. At least I don't know. And then I
Okay.
would take that, I would rip that like hour long recording of me going through over and over again, trying to get all achievements in one go. I
Hmm.
would rip that out and then edit it down to something that I could put on YouTube,
Uh-huh.
and then mix sound in and stuff like that. So it was very like haphazardly, but I found a huge joy in that. I've
Uh-huh.
always felt like a great joy with like content creation.
Okay.
Well, just like making videos. So yeah, it really stuck with me very quickly that people are interested in Guild Wars 2 videos. I like making
Hmm.
videos.
Hmm.
And I feel like that was like the time when I really started getting into the game. It was like
Right.
I feel like I need to get every achievement because I need to tell people how to get every achievement. It
Right.
felt like that at the time.
Right.
Um, so it became this like self-fulfilling thing, and then I was watching Wooden Potatoes, who was covering all the news, and
God
all of a
bless
sudden I wanted
WP.
to cover the news. It was
Yeah,
like
yeah.
everyone was copying him,
Uh-huh.
and then I realized obviously that I mean everyone's copying him. I need something to distinguish myself
Okay.
from him, and then I think it was really it was well no that was I'm getting ahead of myself. Theory and characterology was the first
Ah,
real thing
yes.
that I felt like I was doing
Your character deep
that
dives.
was
Talk about that. What went
exactly.
into those?
It was actually it's the first time that I did like character animation, and it
Oh,
was very light character
I
animation.
remember that.
The reason
Yeah.
why I mention is or the reason why I mentioned character animation is because it's something that well I do on a more daily basis now. But
Oh,
I'll get to that later, I
okay.
guess. So yeah, that was like the early steps of like getting into actually animating stuff, doing stuff that was
Nice, man.
more animation focused,
Mm,
and I really loved that. But it was huge undertakings. Like it was taking up so much of my
I'll
time.
bet. Yeah.
Um, because the editing process takes forever, the recording process takes forever. Much of the footage was already like gone, because it was like season one material. I was
Right.
trying to dig up like scraps here and there from like weird videos on the internet,
Right.
and piecing it all together. Nowadays, I mean, what I did then is impossible, because most
Yes.
of those like nitpicks, they're gone.
Right.
They don't exist anymore.
How
So
weird is
I
that,
feel like I
man?
really, yeah, that was really, really
Anyway,
something.
yeah, let's
But
pour one
it
out
really
for
stuck
season
out to
one
me.
and its content.
Huh?
Pour one out for season one and its content. That's
Yeah.
all I gotta say.
Damn.
Anyway,
Damn.
so Tyrion,
Let's pour.
yeah, definitely, metaphorically, not literally.
Yeah. So yeah, Tyrion characterology. I had a lot of fun with that, but it was just taking up too much time. And I always felt like I wanted to reinvent or invent something new.
Yeah,
Not
of course.
reinvent, but
Hmm.
invent something new, do something new, push myself.
Make your own mark.
Do exactly, do other things. Which pushed me into Mind Spike, and which was a very, very popular
I
series.
loved your mind spikes, man. Those got me
And a
hyped.
lot of people do.
Hmm.
And the thing is, like, I love them too, and I probably loved them more than I really than they really deserved. But I really fucking loved it. It was
It showed.
it was such a passionate project for me in
Hmm.
many different ways. It was like I really loved the game. I really loved all the stuff that might be going on behind the scenes.
Hmm.
The lore, all of the little details that might lead
Right.
to something.
Yeah.
And I have numerous, like so many, unfinished, like they're like 80% done manuscripts of like Mind Spike
Oh man,
episodes
that's tantalizing.
that never saw the light of day. But
Right.
I felt like I had so many great ideas but I would always get to like the final stage where it's like, but does this make sense?
Uh-huh.
And usually I couldn't really justify it, or something new was happening, or like and the ball was rolling so fast in those early Living Story
Hmm.
episodes,
Hmm.
Living Story days, that it was almost hard to really keep up, especially with like long form content that was scripted and animated, and I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
man. Huge amount of work.
so
So and
it
so,
was.
so everyone knows, like, these mind spikes were these awesome like lore explorations that you went on, where you would talk through a concept or a problem that was presented by the world or by the lore. Like you did one on the All, which was this great mystery that was stood up in season two with the
That
Vision
is
and Omad's
today
machine.
my favorite.
Yet, yeah, I actually went through and rewatched through it the other day just to like refresh myself. And man, it is a great piece of content on a great piece of world building.
Thank you. Thank you. Too kind. Wait, hold up. Okay, I gotta open my door because I am absolutely
All right,
sweating right
we're
now.
smoking them out.
Yeah. Oh, I also just realized that my cat was stuck outside, so that
Oh,
was
poor
good.
kitty.
There we go. Let's go. All
what's
right,
what's the cat's
perfect.
name?
His name's Bully, and we just got him.
Bolia.
We
Uh
didn't
huh.
pick the name. We didn't pick the name. It was
Okay.
he's an older cat.
Okay.
Um, but he's cute as hell and very, very well adjusted, sort of like weirdly enough.
That's a blessing.
But but where did we leave off?
Oh, we were talking about how
Um,
amazing Mind Spike is.
yes, the all episode was probably the one that really got me like hooked into the deeper meaning of what the lore could be and
Uh
everything.
huh.
And I got really, really excited about it. And everyone else was so excited about it that it just really it sparked this energy around all
Yeah.
the hypothesizing that was going on, theorizing. It was a crazy time, honestly. Living World season 1, 2, and
Hmm.
3 was definitely the peak of like lore theories.
Hmm.
Because every at that time everything was possible. It seemed like
Hmm.
that.
Hmm.
It seemed like the entire game was just an open book. and anything could happen.
Right.
Lo and behold, that never really did happen. So
Mm.
yeah,
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah. So
it's one of I think yeah, one of the things that that really annoyed me over the years with Guild Wars was the fact that I had been so invested in the lore. I had been so invested in all these theories, everything
mhm.
that was going on. But it never really seemed to pan out.
Mm.
It never really seemed to really live up to all that it really could be.
Mhm.
I always felt like there was something lacking. I always felt like there were so many loose ends. It was like I used this analogy actually recently in a conversation with one of my friends. It's
Uh-huh.
like Chekhov's gun, right?
Yes.
Do you know that? Do you know
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Explain it to
Chekhov's
folks.
gun is like it's this storytelling aspect where uh, you essentially okay. So Chekhov was a fantastic writer. He wrote also about actually how to write, and he had
Mhm.
this concept called Chekhov's gun, which is basically to say that if you are going to tell about a gun, if you're going to have a gun in the scene, you
Mhm.
must also fire this gun in the following scene.
Mhm.
There must be an outcome to
A
whatever
payoff.
you're presenting the
Yeah.
viewer with. Yeah, exactly, a payoff. And I feel like for Guild Wars 2, it's been a long string of guns all over the room that have just been yeeted out the window. There's never really been a great outcome for many of these fantastic potential story plots.
Yeah.
And that was probably what really burned me out in doing Mind Spikes and
Mhm.
really even being invested in the story. It all just kind of it felt futile to even hypothesize about these fantastic little details that were hidden all over the world
Mhm.
and um, person or characters or weapons or whatever creatures
Mhm.
that might be coming. Because in the end, it was just it felt it felt like they were just going in an odd direction at all times, and yeah, all of a sudden it turned out to be super streamlined. Like season 4, season 5, Path of Fire, all that. It was like, okay, I know exactly where this train is headed. There's
Yeah.
there's no there's nothing really there's nothing really exciting about the story. There's no mystery anymore. It's just kind of
Yeah.
I know what the final destination is going to be, more or less. Obviously, I mean, with
Yeah. Yeah.
deviations here.
It's
But
really at that point in the game, it feels like before that, Guild Wars 2 is a game where Elder Dragons existed and they were a problem to solve. But it really felt like in season 4 and Path of Fire and moving on, all of a sudden the game became about dealing with the dragons. Whereas before that, it didn't feel like that as much. Um, at least for
yeah,
the post-release content. It's almost like
exactly.
the sense that I got as someone who started playing in 2015, just after the Silver Waste release, so I missed all of season 1. I had to catch up on season 2. Um, but I got to I had plenty of time to catch up because of the content drought leading up to Heart of Thorns. And but the sense that I got is that there was like no hurry to figure out what how to deal with the dragons at that time. See, season 2, season 3, Heart of Thorns, even where we did kill a dragon, but we didn't really did we really answer any questions or propose any other big mysteries about the way that or yeah, I'm probably not putting this very well, but that's the real sense that I had at that time. And then
I
you're
definitely
right.
feel you. Yeah. Because
Um
it
yeah.
felt like early on, it felt like everything was open ended. It felt like the devs, for better or worse, maybe they just didn't know where they were going, but it
Mm.
felt like they just had this vast universe that they wanted to tell stories in, and it wasn't bound to any particular red thread or anything. It felt
They're very
like anything could
sandboxy.
happen. Yes, yes. which
Yeah.
made it so super interesting. There were mysteries all
Right.
around every corner. And everyone was hypothesizing about the littlest details everywhere. Every episode was getting scrutinized
Uh-huh.
for every single little aspect of it, and that just kind of, well, it died down after a couple of seasons. I mean, if there are so many guns just getting yeeted out the window, it
Right.
really just feels futile to try and speculate what's going to happen with the gun.
Yeah. So
Uh,
that everything you said about the Chekhov's gun is something I've thought about before. In fact, I made a post on Reddit responding. So I did a podcast with Tom Abernathy, the narrative director over at ArenaNet. And
Fantastic. I learned. I listened to it as well. It
oh,
was really
thanks.
great. It's really insightful. He's quite a character, and he's got so much insight into everything. He's fantastic. Yeah.
Tom's an awesome dude. I feel very blessed that he just took the time to talk to me and all the other devs I've spoken to as well. Um, and it was interesting hearing his perspective, kind of coming in hot, right when Heart of Thorns was getting ready, and then Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire was getting ready to release. And how do you start paying off on some of the big things about the universe? I really have a lot of sympathy for how hard that is. Um, but one of the comments that I saw on the Reddit thread for the podcast after I posted it was someone just saying like, "I'm sorry, like I just don't care anymore." Like I understand that there's great intention here, and there's certainly talented people, but I've been burned too many times. It's kind of like what you're saying, and that was my
Yep.
response. Like, yeah, there have been there I literally said there are Chekhov's guns sitting all over Tyria waiting to be fired, and they're just gathering dust.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Yeah, yeah. Great minds think alike, I guess.
Well, I happened to stumble into the same video you did probably on YouTube explaining it to me. I'm not sure how you learned about that. How did you learn about
I don't know. It's one of those weird things that I picked up somewhere along the
it?
line. I
Yeah,
mean, I I very much like reading. So it's like I don't know, something just pops up and I'll read
yeah,
anything. So I
absolutely.
don't remember where I have it from.
Yeah, we all pick up stuff like that. But anyway, it's a great
Yeah.
it's a great way to explain those feelings of frustration. And one thing I hadn't really given a lot of thought to that you just suggested is um, the different eras of the post-release Guild Wars 2 universe. And I think you're really right to suggest that early on that there was a time when it tipped over from being more open-ended, like not really a clear sense of where things are going. Which, on the one hand, if you're there to like experience a story, like a serialized story, maybe that's frustrating. But if you're there to imagine how you were engaging with the content, where you're doing all the achievements, you're playing all the game modes more than almost anyone else I've ever seen. Deroyer, you're someone who takes Guild Wars as it is and plays all of it. You aren't like, oh, I just do this content, or I don't, I just do this content. That's been my impression of you. Is that fair to say?
It is very, very fair to say. I've always tried to dip my toe into any piece of the game because I mean it's part of the game that I really love to play. I
Hmm.
always wanted to have everything and do everything and
Hmm.
just be everywhere, know
Go
everything
on all
about
the
the game.
adventures.
Yeah, exactly,
Hmm.
exactly. And so and you can't really do that. You can't know everything. You can't partake in everything if you're not really doing the thing.
Yeah,
Then you're just a guy with an opinion. I guess. I mean,
yeah.
that,
Well,
it's like
at
yeah,
the end of the day, there are always guys with opinions out there.
yeah.
But no, I really respect the that you um like. I think before we actually turned the recording on today, I was just kind of going over a couple things with you, and you had said, "Hey, it sounds like you really do your research." And I suggested that it takes a lot of context to really understand anything and to talk about it in not just enough detail, but the word I like to think of is useful detail. Because at the end of the day, if we're just here to flap our gums and give ourselves some dopamine hits, like is it really worth the time? I'm hoping what we can do is create some useful handholds, people to incorporate into their models of thinking about how they engage with the world and with the game and how they talk about both. Um, that's kind of why I show up to do this.
I
And the
I really like that point of view. Uh, I
Thank
really
you.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's essential to me, and um, I have always seen you as someone who has a dedication to not just have a let's think of it as like a hot take on the game of Guild Wars 2. You're someone who has erred in the side of, wait, I really want to know what I'm talking about, and when I do talk about it, I want to be very careful about what I say. And those two things combined with each other is an attitude I really it's almost like an academic type of attitude. You do your research, you check your sources, you get peer review, you know.
It's almost like I've been in this rat race for 6 years. I mean, yeah, it's just like the academic world is a rough mother here. It's sometimes, honestly.
Oh,
Yeah.
better you than me,
So
brother.
I very much know that process very well,
Yeah.
and obviously, yeah, I try to stick by that, in many regards. I Apropos hot takes, I've never really been
Mm.
the I know a lot of people see me as like this very opinionated guy, and
Okay.
sometimes through the tea time episodes that I've kind of
Uh-huh.
been on,
Uh-huh.
sometimes I can get a bit loud about my opinions, obviously, but
Okay.
I always try to base it on something that I truly genuinely feel is an issue,
Okay.
before I actually voice it as an opinion. And usually, I mean, or sometimes at least, people just, I mean, try to sensationalize something,
Mhm.
that isn't really all that sensational. I've definitely run into that a couple of times,
Yes.
especially during like some of the times when my name has been in the spotlight. Yeah, people
Yeah,
try
definitely.
to take a lot of things out of context and try to blow it out to be something that it maybe wasn't. And yeah,
Yeah, that's the
yeah,
hazard of saying what you think in the public, I think. It's
exactly.
just
Yeah,
showing up for the conversation, you know.
true.
It ain't easy, dude. And I did hear the bait you so kindly provided me to talk about dramatic instances. We're gonna get there. We're not there. We're not ready yet, I don't think, but we're gonna get there. Um,
Yeah.
so okay, thinking about the turnover with Guild Wars 2 from the era of like kind of more sandboxy lore, like no clear direction, things maybe being a little all over the place, which in turn gives the community a lot of chances to jump in and kind of make their own content. Like, oh, what about this? What about this? What about this? This is cool. And then we turn over to an era of, oh, the game is about this now. It's very clearly not about this other stuff. This is discouraging. Why would I still make content about this? And did your content, was this like a gradual realization for you? I don't know when your last mind spike was. I can't remember.
Years ago.
Okay.
Years ago. Honestly, I don't remember when the last one was,
Mm.
but I think it was right before. Yes, I do remember now. The last one was the Wing 4, 3,
Wing
Wing
4 was
3.
Bastion. Wing 3 was
The one
Salvation?
with Sarah.
Yeah, yeah. Salvation
Era.
Pass?
No, that's the one before.
Okay.
Damn, I've it's been so long, dude, that I've rated. People are gonna like, oh my god, they're gonna come for my throat now because I don't remember
Hey,
the names of this.
speaking of raids,
Ooh.
today is the second anniversary of the release of the final raid wing of Guild Wars 2, Kiev Arashim.
Damn, dude.
So happy
Thank you for
birthday
reminding me.
to Wing 7
Happy birthday to the Wing 7, yeah.
and to
But
all the
I've
raiders out there. Let's
um,
pour one out for Guild Wars 2 rating.
damn, I'm all aboard for that. Cheers. But yeah, I think the last man spike I did was Wing 3. That was with Lazarus.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm remembering right. This it might be
Yeah.
Wing 4.
No.
No.
That's right.
The one with the one with Lazarus I think
Wing
was the
4 was
last one.
Deimos.
Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And I really wanted to do something on Wing 4, but that was already when I was starting to feel that like what's actually going on here, because at the time it was like Lazarus is coming into place. Everything was so exciting. Where are we going? I even remember
Yeah, and there was the white mantle Mersa stuff in the
hypothesizing.
living world, right? That was so
There's so
cool.
much. there's so much good happening at that time, and I even
Yeah.
remember like hypothesizing about an icy area coming into the game from
Uh-huh.
Wing 3. But that was just like a random weird image off in the back of somewhere.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't know.
there was that
It was a good episode.
picture. I remember.
Yes, of
Was it?
like Drakkhar's back, and I mean, hey, here we are, a million years later. We beat Drakkar and well, Jormag too.
Yeah, maybe just a
Um,
fanboy at the end of the day.
Yeah. But I remember at that time it was like everything was just kind of getting a little extreme. And
Mm.
then so many things were happening. I had so many thoughts and there wasn't a whole lot of payoff. And I remember when like Balthasar or Lazarus turned into Balthasar, I was
Mhm.
like, what? What is what?
Yeah.
And and I think it was from there it just kind of really spiraled out.
Uh-huh.
Where it felt like they were just doing things for the sake of doing it. I felt that for the longest time. I'm obviously condensing this down,
Mm.
but it didn't really stop me. I still have like I think my latest Mind Spike script is from like sometime a couple months after Path of Fire came out.
Uh-huh.
I have this wonderful theory about the Eye of Janthier, which
Mm.
I still to this day kind of believe. It was like I'm condensing this down because I don't actually remember all of my
Fair enough.
thoughts at the time. But it was about the Eye of Janthier being a minion of Kralkatorrik.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
yeah, it was, and it was all based off of the trailers where you kind of see these this eye
Mhm.
zoom out or zoom in to I don't remember if it was the Eye of Janthier zooming into Kralkatorrik's eye or the other way around. There was
Mm.
something like that. There was like a visual
It was the
overlap
Path of Fire
that made.
trailer, right?
Yeah, exactly. I
Okay.
think it was that. It was the one that like aired at the end of the season to like announce, oh, Heart of the Path of Fire is coming.
Yeah.
So like I based that whole thing around there, and I thought that was really cool. It never saw the light of day,
Mhm.
because at that time I kind of gotten a bit of burnout from like content creation, and there's a lot of things happening at that time as well. My bachelor's, and I was really getting sick and tired of my bachelor's at that time. It was like
Okay.
it was just it was a lot of work, and I just wanted to play video games and create content, and there was this duality all the time
Yeah.
where I really just wanted to do content, but I didn't really have the time for content because I had all these other obligations, and
Mhm.
so I never really did any content. I never really produced anything great. So I was constantly in this like battle with myself of like I'm not producing enough
Yeah.
of the thing that I love to do.
Yeah.
Um,
You weren't going hard on
which
one thing, you were going soft on two, kinda.
exactly,
Mhm.
and it was kind of just like yeah on both fronts.
Mhm.
Um,
How far were you
and
into your
so
bachelor's at
like
that point?
how far was I in? I must have been on like this last year or something like that.
Okay. Okay. Final stretch.
I believe, yeah. And honestly, even that whole burnout at that time, like because of this, like I wanted to do so many more fun things, but also I had this obligation to my studies.
Mhm.
That whole battle almost made me not finish my masters as well, or even take my masters, do my masters,
I think it's
because
it's a
I kind of
battle
just
a lot of gamers can relate to.
yeah, and it wasn't necessarily like the gaming aspect of it. It was more just like I wanted to do something fun.
Yeah.
I wanted to just like be happy,
Be on your
do cool stuff,
adventures.
do the yeah, exactly, do the things that I actually really enjoyed in life, and the studies wasn't necessarily the things that I enjoyed on a day-to-day basis.
Okay.
Sure, I love it. I really appreciate having done it and finished it. But at the end of the day, it was like if I could go back and do it all over, would I do would I do my masters again? I am not entirely sure if I would.
Oh,
Um,
interesting. Okay.
yeah. So
Okay. So
hey,
should
there's
we
that.
talk a little bit more about that? I'm curious to find out about why you chose
Sure.
psychology for your bachelor's. Um, what what is it about that experience that makes you look back on it and think maybe I wouldn't do it again? So first, why psychology?
Um, why psychology? Well, initially my thought was like, I have always been very interested in the human psyche.
Okay.
I've always been very interested in people in general and what drives and motivates people. And I really wanted to take that into well, the academic world. And
Hmm.
I thought that what I wanted to do was study psychology and potentially become a psychologist.
Okay.
Um,
Like
at the
doing more
at the end of
research
it all,
or clinical psychologist? Like what kind of psychology were you thinking about?
at the beginning of it all, I thought it was going to be. I thought I wanted to do research. I thought I
Okay.
wanted to do like a PhD and take it all the way
Sure.
and actually just live the academic world. But as I got more and more into it, the thing is like I guess I kind of realized the older I get and the more I got into everything in life and
Hmm.
whatnot, I just kind of realized that it wasn't necessarily making me happy
Mm,
to live in this world, in the academic world. It's a
right.
very draining, very rigid world of well, studies and um, writing papers and doing all these fantastic things that are very interesting, but also uh, at times very dull.
Okay.
And it was kind of, it wasn't, it's not like the job that I did to actually go on the adventure that was sucking out the life of me,
It
but
ain't
it
retail.
definitely was. It ain't retail, but it definitely was a situation that was kind of it was depressing me,
Yeah. Okay.
um, because I didn't feel happy.
It wasn't
Um,
giving you the energy return to
no,
justify putting
exactly.
the
I felt
energy
like
into it.
I was pouring so much time and energy into it
Hmm.
that that just didn't have any positive return. Like I kept pushing the bar. I kept pushing my studies, succeeding in everything there, but none of it really. Well, yeah, I didn't really see a point to it in
Hmm.
many regards. So yeah, I mean, if I am going to be completely honest here, it definitely depressed me, and I did
Hmm.
go through a very long depressive state where this is something I really haven't talked about at all.
Okay.
Where over a long year or a year span, how many years was it? Four, actually, in
For a
general.
bachelor's.
That it's kind of no for a depression, for my
Oh.
depression.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, of just kind of building. Oh, cat cam.
Hey, another
Um,
kitty.
just kind of building this depression of like being unhappy, and just it kind of getting all the excitement and all that drained out of me.
Hmm.
Um, and it took me about 4 or 5 years before I really realized what it was,
Okay.
like depression, so to speak.
Yeah.
Um, it was hard. It was hard, but it was the most freeing thing to realize what it actually was because it helped me to move on and actually focus on the things that were very
I
very
really
much more important to me.
I really relate to
Uh,
that, man. How did you kind of turn the corner and decide this is depression, and there are tools to
well, it
deal with
was
this?
it was kind of a weird thing, especially because a psychology student. I mean, how the fuck you not realize, right? But it's like
Teacher, teach
once
thyself.
it's such a like depression is such a weird thing that you don't necessarily realize that you're in it. For me, I didn't realize I was in it because it was something I'd never really experienced
Okay.
personally. I'd always been a really happy, very excited, very extroverted person, and all of a
Hmm.
sudden it was just slowly, or I say all of a sudden, over a long period of time, it was slowly just kind of draining me of wanting to do anything,
Hmm.
um, wanting to get out of bed at the end of at the beginning of the day. All of those things just kind of like it piled up, and I don't remember what the actual moment of realization came from, but I remember very clearly it was like I think someone just kind of pointed out to me, maybe this is depression. Maybe you should actually, I mean, look into this.
Hmm.
And I was like, I think maybe that is exactly what I feel.
Hmm.
Um, and then from there on, I started exploring that and getting help and kind of moving out of that. And it took a long time. And that was
Yeah.
like the realization came right at the end of um, my bachelor's, actually. which was the biggest struggle when like thinking of do I want to move on to do my master's, because can I really even use a bachelor's in psychology for anything? The answer is no, not really.
Yeah.
So it was like, yeah, of course I have to move on, but I'm going to have to push through this so much harder, because I can't really finish this phase of my life and move on properly um, before I've well gone the full mile.
Yeah. You had
So
sunk the
yeah,
cost and you wanted to justify it.
mhm.
Okay.
But the most important thing I think for me was that at the time of making the decision to move on and do my masters, I also knew that I definitely was suffering from depression,
Yeah.
and I could definitely work with that thought. The most important thing for me was knowing what was actually happening for me,
Uh-huh.
because it made it more possible for me to navigate
Mhm.
myself and my life and everything. And like slowly it just kind of well got better and better. But it wasn't until 2019,
Mhm.
uh I believe in like November of 2019, I it struck me like a lightning bolt,
Mm.
that I was now done. It was
Mm.
I was no longer in a depressive state, and my life is actually amazing. And it
Huh.
felt really weird, because the thing was like, or the experience was, it felt like taking the bell off of my head. It was
Okay.
like suddenly from like one moment to the other, I realized that I was present
Okay.
uh, in the world and the surroundings and the people around me. And
How did you achieve that?
a lot of work.
Yeah.
There's
I
a lot
wanted
of
to go back.
conversations with a lot of people and professionals. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I wanted to go back and ask, first relate to you because what you described about just knowing what it is, having a word for it, is something I really relate to too. So I figured out about a year ago that I have ADHD, which is not knowledge that I was armed with for the first 36 years of my life. And
No.
once I figured this out and started learning about what ADHD was, it gave me all these paths to actually gain some ground on parts of my personality that I've always been frustrated with and felt like a slippery piece of soap I couldn't quite nail down. Um,
Mm.
you know,
I I definitely, yeah, that the analogy with the soap. I definitely feel that.
yeah, like in school, like up through the end of high school, I was the golden child, full of potential. A highest achieving classes, top grades everywhere, and then all of a sudden it just like started going sideways for me. And college was a disaster for me, and I didn't know why. Why couldn't I do what everyone else was doing? And then ADHD explained to me, gave me useful answers to all these questions and handholds to be like, okay, I can do this, I can do that. And the last year has been transformative as a result. Um, because I've had the knowledge to actually go get the help where the help is, where it could be. Um, it sounds like maybe that or a version of that is something like what you went through when you put the word to depression.
Exactly.
Okay,
It was very relieving, mentally, to
sure.
just know that I'll not wow, I now have the soap.
Yeah,
It's
and
like, yeah.
you go from a state where it's like no one can understand me, like there's something so wrong with me,
Mm.
no one can understand. To all of a sudden, it's like, oh, I'm dealing with the same thing a lot of other people are dealing with too, and that's also liberating. I think it was for me.
I think for me as well, it was like I was having a real hard time empathizing with others. It
Oh,
was like
okay.
I was very much not present in the
Mm-hmm.
moment, in the for just like my family, my friends, all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I wasn't being attentive to relationships,
Mm-hmm.
all of that stuff, like all around me, and I realized that after the fact. But all of like in many respects, many of those years are kind of like a blur to me, because I
Hmm.
really wasn't there. And the moment that it kind of struck me that all right, I'm kind of over this was the moment when I felt like I was actually present in the moment for the first time in years.
Uh-huh.
And it was, I mean, it was insane. It
Did
was
that feeling
honestly, it
stick?
was,
Did it stay around?
it's the best feeling I've ever felt in my life, and
Uh-huh.
it genuinely, yeah, it's fantastic.
That makes me really happy
I
to hear,
cherish it
man.
every day.
That's amazing.
I cherish it every day. Yeah,
Yeah.
it is. It completely turned my life around, or at least
Yeah.
my mood and uh my focus in
Mhm.
life for the better. So yeah, for better or worse, Guild Wars 2 has been like my constant friend all throughout this.
Okay.
It's really been a strong support for me, both the community and the game itself, and
Okay.
having that pillar to hold on to for the
Mhm.
longest time was very important for me. And I don't disregard all the positives that Guild Wars 2 really brought to my life and
Mhm.
throughout such a struggling or such a hard time.
I
Um,
I think
yeah,
that sentiment is something a lot of people can relate to. Actually, I had a great talk with Preston Collins, Brazil, better known to most folks, and he described his own experience of Guild Wars 2 being positively transformative for him at the time, and then eventually becoming something that kind of was difficult. He eventually moved
yeah,
on from it. He came to his own arrangement with it. I know for a fact he still plays, but much like you, he's taken a step back and he's focused on other things, and he's happier for it. Um, I think that it's like the necessary folly of like being in our 20s, and I've been there too, man. Um, of like you fall in love with a potential of how things can be and how you can be, and it you don't know how much of yourself to give over to something, and so you give all of yourself over to it because you're in your 20s, you're trying to figure out your identity. And I'm speaking about myself here when I say it this way. Like, this is all me too. And it's hard to get to the point where you realize that the thing that you're invested in, and whether it's a game or maybe whether it's maybe it's academia, I don't know, it could be different things, different people. It's just like one day you're just like, oh man, this is like not who I am anymore. And how do you deal with that in the world of gaming? I feel like so much of the stuff you read, especially on Reddit, which tends to aggregate these very simple complaints, um, tends to be the sense that I have is that a lot of it is frustration. That's people who um, feel that a game is not doing a good enough job of giving them meaning in their life,
mm,
which is and what I've learned for myself, especially in the last year and change I've been doing the podcast, is that a game is no fit vessel for the meaning of a human life. Um, that
I think that's a
said,
very beautiful way of putting it. Yeah,
thank you. And that said, it can still be a meaningful support thing. Like for me, the reason I started the podcast is because I wasn't enjoying my time spent gaming. I was still, pouring time and effort into it. I was pinging from game to game, being like, "Oh, why isn't this game the perfect game for me? Why isn't this game the perfect game for me?" And I'm like, "Okay, well, let's do something creative." And then the podcast idea came to me, and suddenly, um, playing the games didn't become about doing it for my own enjoyment. It became about playing the games I needed to play, having the experience I needed to have in order to be able to have the podcast conversations. And it has this feedback cycle, kind of like what you described with doing content and how content inspired you to go and explore all these parts of the game, right? And that having that higher calling, the sense of something that I'm doing has a greater payoff, not just for me but for others. Um, there's an Eastern there's a word in Eastern medicine called dharma that describes that concept, I think, and it's one that I'm really I give a lot of thought to. The idea that you can, by pursuing something that is bigger than yourself, that is good for the world, you by passing through the experience of doing that, you can improve yourself, and that On the other side of it, the idea of doing things for self-improvement, I think tends not to work. And that's why education can be such a bum rap, I think. Because unless you're going through the educational experience being like, it's really important to me to become a doctor because my parent died of cancer and I want to fix that for the world. Like that's a real dharma. That's a real like cause. But if you're just like, I'm smart and I'd like to be successful. Anyway, I just went off on a big old rant there. Please forgive me.
I really liked that rant, so I'm not going to forgive you.
Sometimes the
Or
spirit rises
I
up
am going
within
to.
me.
I really, yeah. I've never really thought much about the word dharma. I've stumbled upon it here and there, but you just explained it in a way that really captivated me, actually. Because I feel like that was definitely, and I can definitely put myself in this place
Hmm.
now, where a lot of my self improvement has been focusing on, oddly enough, not myself. After
Right.
this whole thing, it was
Hmm.
like it became a lot more about my relationships
Okay.
in all its forms. It became much more about the people around me that actually that meant a lot to me, but that I hadn't really realized meant that much to me, or
Uh-huh.
I hadn't really given the proper time. So it became much more of a, yeah, a quest to reestablish these relationships and build and rebuild,
Hmm.
in many cases, relationships, and being more present, doing things for others and the world in general,
Yeah.
instead of just focusing on well, me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's been really freeing. Um, I remember, this is such a weird thing, but I
All
remember
right.
one of the first times that I went and like donated all of my old clothes, and I remember that freeing feeling. I was like, I did something good for the world, and
Uh.
this was like super early on. I was of like trying to do good, uh, by anything, and
Mhm.
it was just it felt good, and it led me down this path of like, I wanna make a difference somehow, for others. That
Yeah.
yeah, definitely,
Yeah. It
it's got a
turns
bit
out.
heavy.
It turns out we're like social. We're social creatures.
Yeah.
Um. It
Funnily
turns
enough,
out.
who would have thought? Even if we're stuck in our little man caves.
Right.
I
Well, I
mean,
think like
yeah,
there's a combination of like this generational expectation that especially came from like I don't know like where I grew up here in the U.S. Like, I had baby boomer parents, God bless them, and like this idea that the way life works is you're a child who lives with your family, and then you're an adult who creates your family and lives with the family you create. Like, there's no transition. It's just like grow up, go to college, dot dot dot, success,
yeah,
and I think we're seeing in so many ways how insufficient that model is, and you combine that with the power of technology we have, and the power we have to like I don't know. It's a big idea and probably one that's a little too big for the size of this thought, but um, I've given a lot of thought to not just the pursuit of meaning as something that reflects back on me, but the pursuit of meaning that is me reflecting on the world around me too. And if I didn't have this bigger goal of like kind of being ticked off about the way that game communities work and talk to each other, especially like the way that the people who play games talk to and about people who make games, is something I find very frustrating to watch and behold. And I have this idea that um, that deep patient one-on-one conversations are the best way to unlock um, useful ways of thinking about difficult ideas. And um, but anyway, to pull things out of
it
naval, go ahead, give a chance to respond to that.
it creates. I mean, dialogue creates perspective and empathy on, I mean, other
Yeah.
people's thoughts and experiences, and I feel like for a lot of the things that I feel happen whenever I see a lot of gaming communities just kind of rally and rage or do their thing and
Mhm.
well um, is that I feel like there's so little empathy for the actual creators of a game because much of the process is so obscured
Yes.
um, and unknown. Um,
Yes.
uh, there's obviously there's always going to be a lot of people who believe that they know exactly what's going on behind the scenes, and they have found the holy grail of knowledge, and the knowledge is that the devs don't care or whatever. Insert
Or the
whatever
devs are
weird
dumb.
thing,
Yeah.
or the devs are dumb, or
Incompetent.
they just yeah, incompetent is another good one, or they just want to destroy it. They just, I mean, I've been a participator of this particular one.
Hmm.
The devs just want to move on from Guild Wars 2,
Hmm.
um, and I mean,
That's a
sure,
tough one.
that's a really fun thing to just say out loud, but in reality, once you understand how just a company works and how all the structures of like getting 300 400 people to coordinate to do anything, yeah, then you'll have just a bit more of a broader perspective and understanding of how hard it actually is to make anything. I mean, let alone a video game,
Yeah.
which is such a collaborative effort.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
so
so I don't know how it is for you, but, like, whenever I get really enchanted with a piece of art, whether it's like a TV show or a movie or even just a physical piece of art, sculpture, or of course a video game, like, I always wanna know how it came to be. Like, what's I saw magic. How was the magic made? I wanna understand it. I wanna think about it. I wanna understand how to see it in other things and how to reproduce it in my own life. Like, how can I bottle that magic and use it too? And I know that there are the sense I get is that there's a lot of people out there who aren't that way, who just want the finished product. They want the thing to be no deeper than what's presented. They don't want to dig. I don't understand that very well because I don't really relate to it, and because I guess like the one of the common retorts to like the idea of what you just suggested. I probably just set this in the reverse order. Hazard of being alive. I think one of the common retorts to what you just suggested is you shouldn't have to know how a game company works to appreciate the game, right? You shouldn't
yeah.
have to know who the artist is to appreciate the art. You shouldn't have to know the story of this actor to appreciate this performance. Um,
But we do live in a very hyper focused society of everyone wanting to know all the personal things about the people involved with it, which is why the
mhm,
the story of an actor is such an interesting thing because we can relate more to the actor than the
mhm.
the fiction that's portrayed on the screen.
Well, we're all
And the same go
yeah,
and the same
yeah,
goes for devs. They're these idolized beings, gods that create worlds. But why can't you fix the spaghetti code right now? I mean, if you can
right,
do all these fantastic things, why can't you just do what I want you to do?
yeah.
Um,
And if they
you know,
truly are gods, then surely it must be neglect or intention, and
I know,
that's
right?
enraging.
Yeah,
Yeah,
leaving the devil to mind his own business is must God cannot be all good, right?
yeah. So I talked to Josh Foreman last week, famous originator of Guild Wars 2 jumping puzzles and the mad mind behind Super Adventure Box. And I think of all the devs who I've had on, he's the one who I had seen the most, like had the most exposure to before talking to them. And it's
Mhm.
tough to talk to someone who you kind of idolize in that way, I think. Like, I knew
I
about
have,
him and was
yeah.
impressed by him a long time before I had the thought to ask him to come talk to me. Um, but it was really cool hearing him talk about his time at ArenaNet as like he has this crazy story about how he arrived to ArenaNet, where his family situation was just off the wall and crazy. And for him, arriving to ArenaNet ushered in a point of stability in his life that he needed. and he sees it as a point as looking back on it, he reflected that yeah, like people who he started with are much further along in their careers than he is now because he stayed. And I don't know, like there's so much to go on there. The idea that everything you see was made by a human being is an idea that sometimes overwhelms me. The internet that I enjoy, the power that arrives to me, the building that I'm sitting in, the chair I'm sitting in, the screen that I'm looking through. I mean, I know there's automation, but these automations were designed by people. Um, I find that I have this sense of is the word sonder? It's like this word of like a sudden sense of connection to the world.
Yes, the Dictionary of Obscure Sorrows.
Oh,
Have
that's
you
not a.
pre-ordered it?
I'm not familiar with it.
I forget what the oh, damn, I forget what his name is. But a fantastic YouTuber who coined the word Sonder,
Huh.
and who's been writing a book for the last 4 years. I pre-ordered it like a year ago now when it actually came
Interesting.
on, and it's coming out this year. Yeah, the Dictionary of Obscure Sorrows is a fantastic work of art that I recommend anyone watching this going to just binge on YouTube right now.
I am gonna have to check this out too because I didn't even know about this. This word arrived to me by indirect means.
I
That's
mean, it's a
fantastic.
very popular. It became very popularized. I believe there's a few of his words that just kind of it went viral, so to speak.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
but
What?
so I know exactly what you mean by Sonder.
Yeah. And I guess maybe part of what I'm trying to do with these conversations is evoke that sense. Evoke a sense of wonder in the mundane. Like this thing that you experienced was designed by a person. Was made by an artist. Was programmed by an engine designer. Engine programmer. And I when so the summer games thing that Jeff Keighley, popular games evangelist and presenter at the Game Awards, um, happened. I think it was yesterday or the day before, and I was watching it and watching all these people who I know get really excited about all these games that are being announced and teased. And I found myself being so much more interested watching the developers who are coming on to talk about their games than the games themselves. Um, and the thing that I tweeted out when I had that sentiment was, "Don't get hyped for games, get hyped for people." Um, and I think maybe that's all kind of just a reflection back on the all this stuff that we're talking about now. But I think it's impossible. I think it's impossible, no matter how many hours you've put into a game like Guild Wars 2, or how bad you felt about it, to sit through the conversations that I've had with people who have made these things and still feel rage about
Mm.
things not going and not paying off. It's this complicated problem of like understanding there's a problem, agreeing there's a problem, but not but feeling sympathy for the problem almost rather than feeling anger. Um,
I definitely can yeah get in that mindset. I've definitely felt the anger earlier on.
mhm.
I felt the frustration. I felt all of those feelings when it came to Guild Wars 2. I felt I felt like God had left the building, so to speak. If we're using that
The
same
6
analogy
gods,
of
where
God's
are they?
creating
They've
world,
fled.
yeah. There's definitely been times where it's like I felt very like the community was just kind of getting thrown to the wayside. But in reality, it's not like that. And I know that. I know that now,
Mhm,
especially.
mhm.
Um, and it gave me like meeting apropos like you talking with Josh Foreman and whatnot. I've also had my fair share of meeting with some of the devs and
Uh-huh.
during my time in Seattle, and that's something I've never really publicly talking much about because, well, it
What was
was
that like?
private conversations
Yeah.
and whatnot. It was well, it was everything from absolutely amazing to super awkward, depending on who I actually met.
Oh, no. Yeah.
because I remember like there was there were a lot of issues. The thing was like this was when I went to Seattle
Mhm.
here in what was that in 2019
Uh-huh.
till yeah 2019. It was right after the layoffs.
Oh,
It was
right.
like basically immediately after the layoffs.
Right.
And everything was just kind of yeah, it was kind of weird. Um,
Mhm.
Actually, I think I'm getting a little bit confused because the layoffs happened during the time I was actually over there. So
They
it was like 6 months after the or a year after the Jessica Bryce stuff,
uh
and then right as I arrived in Seattle, I got to meet a couple of devs, and then the layoffs kind of happened, and everything was just kind of tossed into the air.
wow, that's crazy.
So there's a
Yeah,
lot of like craziness happening at the same time, and people really
yeah.
didn't know what was going on. And I was chatting with some of the devs, and yeah, obviously the mood was tense ahead of time because of the whole Jessica stuff. But then
Still, even after all
after
that
the
time.
layoffs, it was
Okay.
yeah. I mean, it was very hard for me to even be able to get in contact with some of them.
That's tough.
I always felt like there was something in the
Hmm.
back holding me back. Obviously, I don't know, but it very much felt like there was a bit of a gatekeeping situation kind of going on
Interesting.
because of that
Interesting.
whole thing. And I fully empathize with that. Fully empathize with that. I understand that I was part of a whole controversy or whatever
Yeah,
that was going on, and we can talk about that in a bit. Mm,
and we shall.
so I understand why a lot of the devs would be apprehensive about even associating with me or like
Mhm.
having ArenaNet associate with me even more, like letting me into the building and stuff like that. So no ill will from my side here.
Mhm.
But
You were aware of
I did feel
how awkward it was and how there could be some
I
bad
was
feelings still.
yes, I
Mhm.
was definitely aware of there being some unspoken thoughts and
Sure.
potential yeah tough situations here and there.
Of course. Of course.
But I had a fantastic time in Seattle and meeting the devs. But definitely it gave me also a lot of perspective of just like sitting down, having a chat with people that are just
Mhm.
regular people,
Mhm.
regular individuals that are interested in doing their job really well. And
Mhm.
I mean, obviously, I was a fan of their job, so it's an it's a bit of an I don't know.
Did it
It's a weird experience always.
See, I have
I
in my
feel
notes here that your trip to Seattle, your move to Seattle really was in January of that
yeah
year, 2019, and the layoffs were
yes
out like 6 weeks later or something like that. So,
yes
like
that
right in the middle.
exactly. I
That's
because I it just one of the guys that I really had a really good relationship with
mhm.
even prior to going there and meeting up was also one of the guys that was well, voluntarily laid off, so to speak.
Okay.
One of the
Okay.
guys that kind of chose to
Yeah. Put
peace
his hand
out.
up and said, I'll take the L. Yeah.
Exactly. And that was a really rough time, both
Mm.
for him mostly, obviously, but also for me personally because I really wanted to chat and meet him and talk more with everyone there. And
Mhm.
obviously that was really rough. That was really hard. So
Did Was the sense that you got from talking to him and people who were going through something similar that like like, I mean, I've been through layoffs too, man. Survived and been a victim of. Um, I work in tech, so these things happen all the time.
yeah,
And the feelings you get as a result of these things are kind of crazy. One of the weirdest things about being in a layoff is when you survive it, because layoffs usually are the result of a systematic course correction of some kind. And a lot of times, the layoff happens weeks or months in advance of the new course being actually going down. So if you survive a layoff, you can be working for the company. You can still be showing up to work for weeks or months and not really know what you're supposed to be doing. And that's a pretty terrible feeling. And of course, the obvious bad vibes of being a victim of a layoff is having your whole life thrown upside down. Um, you know, when we all have mortgages and children who rely on us being having stable employment, the world of game development can be a rough place to be. And that's that's not me apologizing for ArenaNet or for the layoff that happened, but it's a phenomenon that we have to acknowledge. Um,
Yeah,
but anyway, so
it
it
was
sounds
a
like a lot of
it
people
was
you
a
talk to
horrible situation.
were dealing with that stuff, some
Yeah,
version of it. Yeah,
exactly. It was generally just a weird mood at the time, obviously
yeah.
for very obvious reasons.
Did that
Um,
experience of sitting down and meeting with those folks change the way you saw the game or your participation in it?
I mean, not really. In the sense that it was more it more it changed my view on some of the devs. It just made them more uh human like, I guess I'll call it,
Okay,
to me,
more
more
relatable.
approachable, I guess.
Mm.
Yeah, is the way. Relatable is the word I'll definitely take here. Um, but it didn't really change my view on the game. I don't think I actually had the really a lot of the I don't think I really comprehended my thoughts about the game before the like when I was meeting with the devs
Hmm.
before the layoffs then happened, and then my entire view of the game changed from
Okay,
there on out,
in
because
what
that
way?
was a complete 180. Um, I When the layoffs happened, um, obviously there was a lot of rumors going around, and a lot of the information was confirmed much later. But at
Hmm.
the time, it was very obvious to me, from information that I was given, that the situation was such that they were working on other things,
Hmm.
and they had been for a long time, and
Hmm.
that was more or less the reason why everything was had gone as it did. And we know the situation now is that they were working on like four different titles. At the
Hmm.
time, I didn't know all the specifics of what was actually happening, but I knew that yeah, they had focused a lot of their energy on something entirely different, and I was not happy about that at all.
Mm.
I was
Deroir,
very frustrated. Yeah.
I totally want to talk about this. Can we do a 5 minute break
Yes.
first?
Let's do that, because this is a big topic and we're
I thought so.
already like an hour and a half in.
Yep.
Let's
We're going
do
to take
that.
5, folks. Get some coffee, get a snack, and we'll be right back. And we're back. I'm Deeg talking to Mr. Deroir here, all about Guild Wars 2 and life. We were just talking through some of the difficult changes and circumstances that happened in early 2019 at ArenaNet, the developer behind Guild Wars 2. Deroir actually had made a trip to move to Seattle a month ahead of the layoffs that happened that affected about a third of the company, and changed the vibe not just at ArenaNet, but I think for a lot of its fans. And you were starting to talk to her about how your perspective on engaging with the game changed as a result.
Yeah. For me, it was a very crushing experience, and
Okay,
I know that obviously, most of the attention, and for good reasons, obviously, was on the developers and how they were doing.
of course.
All that was, I mean, everyone understood that they were going through a really rough
Hmm.
time.
Hmm.
I think a lot of the community, myself very much included, were also going through a very hard time during that
Hmm.
whole thing, because it was like it was the illusion was kind of breaking at that point, very publicly breaking. It was like
Yeah.
this fantastic illusion of everything is going to be all right and the game will survive for forever, and the devs are there to support this life experience that we're all sharing together
Yeah.
for years to come, and we will be able to live this world forever
Yeah.
and ever, and
And
that is
also, Arena equals Guild Wars. That was another part of it too, right?
yeah. And that just kind of broke away, and it was a slow process, because obviously I mean, it took months for most people to get any information at all about what really happened about
Hmm.
for the layoffs or around the layoffs. But for me, I was a bit privy to some insights early on,
Hmm.
um, which made me very much aware that there had been stuff in the background. They had
Hmm.
been like working on a lot of other projects,
Right.
and obviously it was something I couldn't say. So for me, it was very crushing to know that this reality that I so enjoyed could have ended so soon.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
with ArenaNet focusing on something else. And I think obviously for like I mean for better or worse, I definitely put too much emotional energy into the game
Hmm.
at that point to the point where I was emotionally invested.
Yeah.
So that when something like this happened, it really did feel very
Yeah.
emotionally crushing.
I think if you
It
put
was
that much
hard.
time in, it becomes part of your identity. And I
Yeah,
think that
it
attachment to games is
really
part
did.
of the identity forming process a lot of people go through. So
Yeah,
go ahead.
and I think a lot of people did that. Did go through that same experience, probably in a lot longer time span than I did,
Hmm. Hmm.
given that much of the information was coming out very slowly afterwards. But yeah, for me, it was this great realization that the game is it's ephemeral. It's something. It's fleeting. It'll disappear at some point, and yeah, it isn't meant to last forever.
Uh-huh.
And I know that that was always the reality, but I didn't really I didn't see that as a reality until then.
Hmm.
I was
Hmm.
kind of living this happy adventure, pseudo adventure,
Right. Right.
with everyone else partaking in this,
Hmm.
and suddenly there was a chance that it could have been ripped from me. Anyways, it changed my mind about the game, and obviously it came it for I mean for what it's worth, it came at a really good time for me.
How so?
It weirdly enough because it was at the same time where I was kind of getting to the final stages of dealing with my depression and
Mm.
like moving on from some of the
Sure.
really hard times in my life. So it was like this last hit that just needed it was like a push over the edge.
Hmm.
Here, fly, do something else. And I
Yeah.
want to say like I really needed it in some regards. It really helped me
Sure.
to move on much quicker than I otherwise would have. And it kind of gave me this. It kind of gave me this the sense of wanting to find something else, which
Okay.
was the most important thing for me.
Yeah.
And by something else, I never meant to. My intention has never been to leave Guild Wars 2.
Hmm.
It never. I've never really been interested in that aspect, but definitely I I realized that I wanted to focus on other things because obviously the game and the game studio
Hmm.
wasn't going to last forever, and that was all right. Coming to terms with that, that was all right. It was fine. It will
Yeah.
be fine,
Yeah.
and it really helped me to like push past that, and it kind of came very explosively for everyone. Not
Mm.
my exit obviously, but like the whole thing happening and everyone's emotions all over the place, like what's going to happen,
Uh-huh.
and
Uh-huh.
then quietly in the background I was just kind of fading away, slowly fading out of the scene,
Yeah.
um, and I just stopped. I just I mean without really saying anything or announcing anything, I just kind of stopped
Sure.
because it didn't it didn't matter to me
Hmm.
anymore. It felt like that. I'm making it seem like it's so much more than it really was, but it
I don't
does.
think
I
so,
mean,
man. You were
I feel like
you
those
were
are the words that are most appropriate
you were letting
for
go
me
of a
because it,
part of yourself. And that's not something that happens on a dime. Like
yeah,
people for good
the game
reason.
really meant a lot. It did.
Absolutely. I think a ton of people went through something very similar to what you're describing, and in maybe perhaps a less public way, where um, it's like you realize that the illusion isn't real, that is an illusion, and that your heroes are just people, and the times that you love um, were great, but there's no guarantee of times ahead. Um,
Yeah.
it's a real
It
it's a real growing up moment for people, an
it
opportunity
was
for it.
actually. Funnily enough, like I already felt like an adult. Like I am old and I'm an adult.
Uh
Hey,
huh.
look at me, big boy. But in
Uh huh.
reality, it really like it pushed me to view the world in a very different light and my life in a very different light.
Okay.
That and like all the other things that were like happening at the same time. But
Hmm.
it was like that last push to like, all right, let's focus fully on something else. And then
Okay.
from there on, Guild Wars 2 really became like a back burner
Just
thing.
a hobby.
I still, it's a hobby, and I feel like yeah, I have a very, very healthy relationship with Guild Wars 2 now.
Hmm.
Um, I play it still every day. Literally every day, I log in, do my dailies, or run around for a second or two. Um, I'm still up to date with all the living story achievements that are coming out right now, all the old seasons, and yeah, I'm still sticking with everything.
Uh huh.
But I'm just not invested. I'm not
Oh.
emotionally invested in that regard. Whenever something bad or good happens, it's like, all right, that happened. Primordus and Jormak died. All right, that happened.
Right.
And I mean, take that for example.
Yeah, it's a good example.
Fantastic example. Um, like 5 years ago, that moment would have been completely crushing for me.
Hmm.
Like seeing the two elder dragons just um, kind of poof out of nowhere into bubbles, and they're gone.
Yeah.
It would have completely crushed me because like how dare they ruin this moment for me.
Hmm.
But at the end of the day, when I sat there and it happened, I was like, all right. I kind of saw the train coming.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. All the
and it
clues were
was
there.
yeah, and it was all right. It was what it was. Nowadays, I don't really play the game for the story. I'm very much not invested in the story anymore. Also, because of all the other things that we were talking about earlier on, where it
Yeah.
got very much streamlined and
Hmm.
well, yeah, borderline. I was about to say boring, but obviously it's not boring. It's just it's not my cup of tea,
It feels like it's become
and I realize
a
that
lot
it's
more
more,
smooth around the
yeah, on me.
edges. You know,
Yeah, exactly.
which I think is really great for a lot of people and disappointing for people who are very passionate to some extent.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So, but yeah, in short, after that, after the layoffs and after like stepping back, my whole Guild Wars 2 period or gaming period from there on out. Um, I don't really have much to say for it, honestly,
Okay.
because it really felt like it was that was the end of my emotional investment, and thus from here on out, it's going to be a hobby that I'm still very interested in, and
Hmm.
I'm
Hmm.
super excited for the new expansion that's coming. All of
Yeah.
that jazz.
Yeah. It's gonna be
And I'm
fun.
super excited for all the other updates that are coming. I'm super excited for the game in general,
Hmm.
but I'm not emotionally invested, and it just changed my perspective
Hmm.
on how I play the game and what I
Yeah.
do, what I spend my time on.
Yeah.
Does
You.
it matter if I log in at the exact time that the update hits on any given Tuesday?
Uh
No,
huh.
it really doesn't. But previously, that would have been a no-brainer. I was always there at the very moment that stuff was happening all the
Hmm.
time.
Hmm.
But I'm much more laissez-faire, if you can say, about well my game time. Yeah,
Sure. Sure. Yeah. It's no longer such an integral part of your personality. It sounds like you've created some distance,
exactly.
healthy distance, perhaps.
It feels very
And
healthy. It feels like a very healthy hobby that I have now, and I very much enjoy it.
mhm,
I really like the game. It's a good game for what it is.
mhm,
I don't try to theorize and hope and cross my fingers for all the cool things that I once was advocating strongly for.
right.
Nowadays, I'm just happy when something cool comes out.
Right.
And I feel like that's the right way for me to do it properly
Yeah.
without really, I mean, taking any hits.
Yeah. I really relate to that too. I had my moment with Guild Wars 2 that felt like that to me. I think for me it was the Icebridge Saga announcement was for me
Yeah,
when I was like, "Oh, okay. It's okay for me to let this go." Um,
yeah,
it just wasn't.
and that's all right.
Yeah.
I feel like there's this whole stigma about, because one of the things that's really annoyed me, but
Okay.
at the same time, I'm not too emotionally invested in the whole community and the scene anymore. I'm very
Mhm.
distanced from it. But one thing that has kind of annoyed me here and there
Okay.
is a lot of the people that are shouting and screaming at me for, did you not, or didn't Deroir quit like 2 years ago? Why does he have anything to say?
How
Oh,
dare he?
he is like so far out of this game. He how dare he comment on this game or say anything anymore? And then there's like the opposite end of that, because there's a polarity to all communities, or
Mm,
polarity. Wow, a
mhm.
bipolarity to every community. There's the other episode, or other end of the spectrum, that is like, oh yeah, Deroyer says he's quit, but he's so extremely hardcore about it in the background.
Fake
Like,
quit.
people can't really, they can't really find that middle ground, which is
Yeah,
actually
well,
the
there's no
truth of
easy
like, I'm
narrative
just not really.
because
Yeah,
it turns
exactly.
out you're a human being.
There's a lot of people that want to make me out to be the villain of this situation. There's a lot of people that want
Uh-huh.
to
Uh,
discredit anything that I have to say about the game, because I quit. I'm done with the
right.
game.
Yeah.
All these grand sayings, but the reality is I'm just emotionally detached from it.
Yeah.
And I just see it for what it is. I feel like,
Mhm.
or at least what I feel like it is.
You know, I saw, something on Twitter today, Asmongold, who most people know, number 1 World of Warcraft streamer, longtime neckbeard, is, apparently he's taking a break from World of Warcraft and playing Final Fantasy 14 today, and, he made a tweet about saying, like, "I'm just, like, playing a game, guys. Just chill out. It's okay for me to play a different game." Um, almost like he was responding to something similar to what you're describing, where it's like, "What? You're Asmongold.
Yeah.
You're World of Warcraft. You're not allowed to betray World of Warcraft. What does this mean?"
It was it was the exact same story with Teapot as well when he started playing World of Warcraft,
Right.
the original, whatever it's called.
Why do you think people
It's
react that way?
well, I think, and obviously I'm just a guy with an opinion.
Aren't we
I think
all?
it's because a lot of people try to defend their own point of view.
Mm,
We live in a very highly politicized environment where being wrong, admitting faults, and actually coming to terms with some of your wrongdoings is seen as weakness. And so any
mhm.
changes in behavior is seen as uh, well, a move to be either vilified or made fun of. And
Sure, sure.
so for a lot of the people that are strong believers of Guild Wars 2 is the best game, and this is my game and it's the only right thing.
And it's a big part of their
But
identity.
exactly, whenever they meet resistance, or whenever that thought is met with
Yeah.
resistance, or any counter evidence, potential counter evidence, say your favorite streamer no longer endorses your favorite game,
Mhm.
you meet that streamer with hostility, just to try to defend your own opinion, your own worldview. And
Yeah.
I find it to be a purely a self-defense reaction from most people,
Yeah.
which is why I really just disregard it, because
Mhm,
I can very much empathize with those people.
mhm.
I I don't want to say that I've been there, because I definitely have not. I've never really reacted in that sense of like
Mhm.
lashing out against counter evidence or streamers changing games or whatever.
Mhm.
Um, I always just see them as humans doing what makes them happy
Sure.
um, in the moment. And maybe that game just isn't making them happy, and for multitude of different reasons or
Right.
whatever. Yeah. And but I definitely empathize with the people that are lashing out because obviously they want Guild Wars 2 to succeed or World of Warcraft to succeed and be
Yeah,
seen um, and all these fantastic things.
yeah.
But
And if a
yeah,
streamer is acting in a way that suggests that it's not succeeding, that it's not the right course, then people who make Guild Wars 2 part of their identity and who take it personally are going to be upset naturally.
yeah,
Like it, it totally adds up. And how do you deal with that? I mean, the alternate course is, I think, to do exactly what you're describing. Create some distance. Just engage with the game on your terms rather than on its terms. This is something that I'm a big, big proponent of. Something I actually struggle with a little bit, um, but something that I
also
really think is necessary. Well, okay, so there are a few dimensions of why I struggle with finding the right amount of distance. Um, like I mentioned, I started the podcast. I mentioned this earlier. I started the podcast because I was not happy with how I wasn't feeling satisfied with investing myself in these games just as they were. I felt like no game was the right combination of what I wanted, and more importantly, I felt that the communities that resulted from these games were really letting me down. They were very shallow. People didn't really want to engage. There were mostly validation echo chambers for people. People want to talk about games instead of real stuff. The way we're talking, the stuff that we're dealing with is the kind of stuff that interests me that I want to talk to people about. Most people who play games are just like, "What the hell are you guys talking about? I just want to beat this boss. Leave me alone." And I can't relate to that, and that ideal of just it's about the game frustrates me and lets me down. So eventually, I was like, I just got to try something. I made the podcast, and two things happened over time as a result of the podcast. Number one, doing the podcast changed the way I looked at the games I was playing, because like you, my playtime became about what I needed to play and experience in order to make the content. For example, I'm interviewing Cameron Rich, designer at ArenaNet, next week. He made the Sunqua Peak fractal. I have not yet played it. So in this next week, part of my research preparation is to get someone to carry me through this Sunqua Peak fractal and learn it. Oh, I'm going to learn it myself, of course. Um, but that's like an example, and that's not. And but having that motivation will make that experience a lot more fun than if I was just playing it for personal gratification or for some kind of carrot at the end of the stick that the game stands up for me, like a daily fractal reward. Um, but the problem with this way of engaging with games is that I don't ever get to go as deep as I'd like. Also, because the stuff that interests me, I have an incentive not just to go very. I have opposing incentives. One incentive is go deep on everything, so you understand what you're talking about and you can engage meaningfully. That's the one incentive. Other incentive is go wide, because it's very useful to have a broad perspective and not just understand everything goes on in the Guild Wars 2 community, but everything goes on in the MMO community and everything that goes on with gamers, and then the way that the world works and the way that people self-actualize. All these are very useful perspectives. You hear me bringing things like Dharma and talk about Chekhov's gun. You don't learn that by going to the Guild Wars 2 subreddit. That's not where that happens. So yes, that's where the struggle is for me. Um, and even before I had this kind of string of talking to Guild Wars 2 developers and creators, people who've been involved in the world, earlier this year I was very focused on another game called PlanetSide 2, which is a much smaller community. Um, but a game that I've loved for years and years and years that's had its own difficulties. But again, I went to a certain point and I'm like, okay, it's time for me to do something else. But I feel some regret that I'm not logging in to play that game every single day and talking to the same people every day. I'd like to do that, but there's just not time. And I guess that's the answer to the question of why I struggle with the distance thing. I always feel like I'm an outsider everywhere I go.
okay. Damn, that sounds really hard, actually.
Yeah, it is. It's a topic I've been meaning to sit down and write about and maybe do a video essay on. Um, and I don't think it just comes from gaming. I think there's something more deep about my personality that causes that. This certain baseline dissatisfaction with the status quo, almost like an oppositional disorder of some kind, which I know is a word you'll understand.
Yeah.
Um, um, so,
I think you should definitely try to
yeah.
visit those thoughts and write it down, because I feel
Okay.
like that's a very it's a very interesting topic for self reflection.
Yeah.
Why do you feel like that? What do you think is actually causing this? Because it's a very, it sounds like a very heavy feeling to always feel like the outsider.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, it's
yeah.
weird because like I'm getting the rare chance that most people are not going to have to sit down and talk to you in a deep way for hours. This is amazing. But the way that my life works and my content works, the likelihood that you and I are going to sit down and do this again in the near future is not very high. And again, we're
Yeah.
acquainted.
Unfortunately,
I'm going to call you my friend. I feel like you're my friend.
I feel like we have a very friendly relationship here. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, we've gone deep, man.
Yeah, but but the just the logistics of my life makes it so that I can't actually pay off on those deep understandings and deep connections in the way I'd like to. And that's maybe where the sense of outsidership comes from. Like I don't
I
have
def
a core group of gaming bros the way some people do.
I can definitely relate to this in a very similar way, but also very different.
Mhm.
I used to have a very close knit group of gaming friends,
Mhm.
and I've had it. It's kind of common past, but one of the earliest, let's call it casualties
Okay.
of my depression and my relationships
Mhm.
was actually one of my early guilds,
Mm.
um, in Guild Wars. Uh, King, if you know that, a lot
Yep.
of a
I
lot of
remember the
the
tag.
listeners will definitely remember King as being something that was, well, it was a very, let's call it, it was a hardcore guild
Mhm.
with a lot of fantastic individuals in it. And for one reason or another, I don't actually remember the specifics to this day. I just remember that I was very sad to see it all implode.
Mm.
Um, it was differences of opinions and very high emotions, battling constantly, and it kind of exploded and went in all sorts of directions. And I kept telling myself that yeah, sure, I'll reach out at one point, or nothing's gonna change. But everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked, right? Um, when that whole thing
When it
happened,
fell apart.
lots of drama, lots of just inside like squabbles, and my only real takeaway from that is I feel like I lost a lot of good friends.
Mm.
Or yeah, um, that never really. I mean, I never really rekindled a lot of those connections. Some of them I did. Some of them
Okay.
kind of, it just came and went. It came and went. And I'm really regretful about that. But yeah, that was one of my very early casualties of personal relationships
Mhm.
kind of falling apart at that part of my life. It was really hard. It was really hard.
Mhm.
And ever since then, I've really felt like, in Guild Wars 2, at least in the community, I very much felt like an outsider since then, because I really didn't feel at home anywhere else in any other guild. I
Sure.
tried here and there, and then yeah, I kind of just like tagged along a lot of different groups. And obviously, I have other gaming friends here and there, and I've had other groups over the years now. But
Mhm.
but it was always different from there on out, because I guess I just became very hyper aware of well, let's call it the politics that go on in even in gaming
Yeah.
and the game and just like guild relations and whatnot, the decisions that are being made. Yeah, so I'm very to this day I'm very regretful about that because I felt like I had a very huge hand in that.
Okay.
For and just because I was, I don't know, an actor in it. Obviously, I wasn't the driving force for everything splitting apart, but I was definitely a part of it.
Yeah,
So
I hear you. So, uh, regret of having things go the way they did, and whatever part you may have played in it, small part though it may
yeah,
be, and
very much so.
looking back on what was lost, I I really hear you, man. And I resonate with that too. Like the closest thing I have ever had in gaming to a group of people like that was actually back in toward the end of my high school years and college years. About 20 years ago, when I was getting obsessed with a Half-Life 1 mod called Team Fortress Classic and getting involved in the clan scene for that game and then competition. And I made a team and I ended up running it for 3 years. We played like 250 organized, community organized league matches. Um, and I met people from the community and uh, some of those people are people who I still see in game with, some days. But the sense of everyone being in like a similar place in their life, everyone coming together and like just hanging out every day, and like the sense of like having a place to belong. Eventually, the reason that stopped wasn't because there was some explosive incident. It was just because the experience just died. The competitive scene got smaller over time, and people who were foundational in that clan eventually retired over time, and it took a totally different shape. And for me, I lost whatever I was getting out of it. It went away. Um, I became an outsider in my own clan almost over time because the people who were like my guys got replaced by people who were good people, but um, it was just different. And maybe the truth was that I was the one who was different. Maybe I had changed. But anyway, for a long time, for like 15, 16, 17 years, almost all of my engagement with online games was to try to recreate that feeling. I try to find a new place to belong. And I
That
think,
is always a very dangerous feeling to be chasing the unicorn that you met once in a forest out in the meadow or whatever.
oh,
I don't know. I was trying to make a weird
beautifully
analogy here, but
stated,
like
man. Holy shit.
it's
Yeah,
like
chase the unicorn through the enchanted forest.
I know, yeah, because it's like you have all these fantastic memories of days gone past that you really enjoyed, but trying to recreate something that was good is only going to lead to, well, honestly, it's just going to lead to misery because you're never going to be able to recreate
Yeah.
um, something that was so magical and so natural
Hmm.
that it just kind of happened.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. And memory is a funny thing, right? If we look back
yeah,
on something positively over time, it becomes this thing that was greater than it ever was in your mind, especially compared against the failures of trying to recreate it. Yeah.
there's the fantastic rose tinted glasses,
Hmm.
which really doesn't do it justice, but really it describes it really well. We tend to forget all the bad things that also happened at the same time
Yes,
because
definitely.
because the great times were only great. That's what we remember them as.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely, man. Yeah, I had my like disastrous first year in college during that time where I basically short circuited and had to take a leave of
Yeah.
absence. Like
Yeah.
there was other stuff going on at that time for sure. But anyway, and I only stopped chasing. Well, I guess if I'm totally honest, I've put that idea further back. Like I've taken distance from the idea of having that again. But I guess what part of what I'm saying when I reflect on feeling like an outsider is a reaction to what that was, and not being able to seemingly recreate it. And some people have found my content and show up for my streams and people I like, but I don't really get the sense that what I had there is going to come back, and it's sad. I wonder if you feel that way
It
about
is sad.
King.
I do. I
Okay.
often think about it. I often think about some of those friendships. Sometimes more than others, but yeah, I definitely see that as a great lost opportunity, as I believe you do as well.
Yeah.
With your mates.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's the struggle for. We all know it, like gamers. We all know it.
Mhm.
Even like real. I was about to say real people. Nice there, Deroir. Um, People in
Non-gamers.
general, exactly. People in general, we all know this feeling of like the friend you had in high school, or
Mhm.
your fantastic group of friends that you always were hanging out with, and then one summer, boom, everything changed.
Mhm.
We all have that feeling of loss, but I feel like there are different ways to manage that feeling, and if you can use that to channel something good for what you want out of your future.
Yeah.
And I feel like that feeling may be worth it in the end if it just
Huh.
becomes a driving force.
I like that idea. I like the
I
idea
mean,
that,
one can hope, right?
yeah, maybe one has to.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the engine of creation right there. That's a neat idea. I really like. I'm gonna have to give that some more thought. Hmm. Okay.
For me,
But
it's really been a driving force in many ways, just like reinventing myself after this whole like depression, everything that happened, all the
yeah.
relationships that were kind of like washed down the drain,
Mhm.
um, and all these lost opportunities that kind of happened in that same time. It really it helped me gain perspective of where was I when I remembered who I was, and what do I want to be in the future.
Mhm.
What do I want to spend my life doing? And honestly, like I'm gonna take a complete pivot here.
Let's do it.
So honestly, all of that, like going through the whole depression phase and going experiencing guild wars in its community and everything that I've had happen there, and my academia at the same time,
Mhm.
it all helped me realize what I actually wanted to do with my life and spend my days on.
All right.
And it wasn't psychology. Let me put it like
Oh,
that.
okay.
Um, so yeah, nowadays I'm a very happy. Let's call it a content producer.
Okay.
In as an actual profession. I I yeah, I basically took all of my passions and interests and excitement and channeled it into actual creative energy. And well, I am really happy with
It's working.
where I am right now.
Dude,
It's really
tell me
working.
about this. So you mentioned animation before. You saying content producing. Is it some kind of
Yes.
like video creation, digital stuff? Like what more can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you most of it except for the. I'm not gonna say where I work. That's where
Oh no,
I
no.
draw the
Don't
line.
dox yourself.
But other exactly. But other than that, essentially, I took all of the skills that I really learned from like video editing and whatnot, all the self taught stuff, and then kind of mixed it with my master's, which is it's a master's in psychology and communications,
Uh-huh.
and I got a job in marketing to begin with,
Mhm.
which was essentially creating ads,
Oh,
and we're talking like high level, very high budget commercials and ads,
okay.
where we're working in both 3D and general motion graphics.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, so over the last year year ish,
Uh-huh.
um, longer than that, I took a hobby that was like video content creation and character modeling, all that
Uh-huh.
stuff, and actually became really good at it.
Okay.
And nowadays I'm creating everything from character designs and 3D scenes to use for ads and commercials. So
Bro, that is so
it's fantastic.
hype. I am so
It's
excited for
really
you. That's amazing.
thank you, thank you. I'm very excited myself.
Uh-huh.
It's one of those things where I really feel like I found myself. I found out what I actually wanted
Yeah.
to do with myself, and
Mhm.
it was to be creative, like I've always just kind of wanted to do. I always wanted to be
Yeah.
creative. I always wanted to create mind spike videos. I always wanted to create all these things, and so it was like, well, why don't I do it?
Mhm.
um, and yeah, I did, and I'm very very happy with where I am. I started out at a smaller company, doing what are they called? It was a robot company.
Okay.
We were animating, or I was animating little robot characters moving all
Okay.
across the screen, doing
Oh,
funny things. And nowadays I work in it's a, let's call it a financial technology
okay.
company, doing commercials and ads for them. Yes, so
Okay.
a lot
Okay.
higher budget, a lot more fun
As are all
projects,
things in
which is
finance.
also,
Yeah.
yes, which is also the reason why I was very tired today. It's because I've been on a shoot all day
Oh shit,
with a
man.
great green screen shoot. So yeah,
You must be blasted
all
doing that all day, then coming and showing up on camera for this. Oh
and I
man.
considered taking a nap before this, but I mean it's weekend, anything goes.
There you go. That's the gamer spirit.
So yeah, nowadays I feel like I have a really good situation going. I'm really happy, and I'm happy because I'm focusing on the things that matter to
Yeah.
me,
Yeah.
and to the people around me. And well, now I can afford going on adventures. Hey, it's all
Yes.
good. No, it's
Yes.
like
Like it all adds up.
yeah. So
Yeah. And,
I'm actually heading back to Seattle here later in the summer
oh,
for a
cool.
couple of weeks. Yeah. So hey, maybe I can swing by ArenaNet's office again. That would be something, right? That's not happening, by the
Definitely. Definitely.
way.
Maybe you can let me in while you're there. I live near Seattle, so
Oh,
I
really?
yeah,
Hey,
I actually for about a year I commuted on the bus right by the ArenaNet headquarters, and occasionally I would see developers getting on and off the bus. That was
dude,
always
we should definitely grab a. I was about to say a latte or whatever you drink. I don't know. We should grab something
some
and
tasty
actually
beverage.
do
I
this
think
face
that's
to
a
face.
fantastic idea. Yes.
I think that would be really fun.
Later this summer. All right, man.
Let's coordinate that off the pod. Just
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it offline. I'm excited about that though. Cool. So you found here's what I love about this. Um, you took clues from your life of when you were doing stuff and you we were trying stuff, right? Like maybe my life's about Guild Wars, maybe my life's about backpacking, maybe my life's about studying psychology, maybe my life's about this, maybe my life's about that. You took, it sounds like, um, the experience doing content in Guild Wars, and you took, I don't know, I gotta imagine that the psychology and communication stuff must be useful when you're making advertisements.
oh yeah, I am. To go back to something I said earlier, would I do my masters again if I rewind the time? Um,
Okay, I'm
the
not
answer is
sure. Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
The answer is yes. I would definitely do that again because that was
So you
really
could be
what
in this
opened up
place.
the
Yeah.
door. Yes, it was the thing that gave me the leg up on everything. Because one thing is like I've got a really broad generalist skill set of like video creation in
Right.
every basically every medium now. Um, but the thing that definitely gave me a leg up and like someone that trusted me to actually go and do the job that I said I could do
Mhm.
was my studies, and it was
Mhm.
my background in psychology and communications. Because I definitely, I mean, I'm not just when I'm creating stuff or pitching ideas or whatnot, I'm not
Mhm.
just a guy with an opinion. I'm the guy with the straight facts and statistics to prove that this is why we should do
Yeah.
this thing. And so yeah, the answer
And
is yes.
I
I
imagine
would
that makes
definitely
you
go
very
and take
convincing.
that. Yes.
That's
I
awesome,
mean,
bro. That's
so
awesome,
but yeah,
bro. Like, that I think is, like, a great first off, it's amazing in itself, but also, like, symbolically, it's a huge, like, encapsulation of that story, I think, is useful to people who feel stuck in gaming. And parts of what you're talking about, I felt like, my last couple years has been about as well. Like, picking the clues of my life and being like, "Oh, I like this, I like this. How can I, like, these things fit together? How can I make that happen?" Um,
it's
like,
one of those. I mean, you hear it all through your life. It's like the adults tell you, "Oh, follow your dreams, do the things that make you happy," or what. Some adults say, or like some Facebook post somewhere says, "Follow your dreams,"
yeah.
and you hear it everywhere. But it took me most of my life to realize what was actually the thing that made me happy.
Mhm.
Despite, and this is where it's like so weird for me. Despite having this constant factor all throughout my life, that is video content creation.
Hmm.
Like since I was like, I don't remember when I started. I still have my first movie I made with friends, which
Uh-huh.
was like a school project in like fifth grade. And
Uh,
it's like a stupid parody of Scary Movie, and it's
okay.
terrible, and it's on a cassette tape, and I have it in my basement. Um, it's fantastic. And I've always loved the medium of like camera, doing stuff, creating stuff on the screen,
Word.
but never until I was like, well, now years old, did I realize,
Yeah.
well, shit, this is what I need to this is what I need to focus on,
Yeah.
because that is exactly the thing that's making me happy. And if I can prove that I'm good enough for to do the job for someone else, someone will pay me for it as well, and I can actually
Mm.
live off of this. And
Yeah.
it was such a great experience, just kind of coming out from having a really rough time figuring myself out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man. I'm so happy for you. So I see Impulse in the chat saying happy for you, Deroyer. I'm seeing Noxy Green Rose piping up and saying, realizing what truly is your passion and dream is honestly such a complicated and hard thing sometimes. I feel like you have to find the details in your life and put the pieces together to see what's the real idea. Yeah. Yeah. And
sure.
here's another part of that for me was something that was hard for me to figure out and honor is like the best way to figure out what your dream is or how things can come together for you is you have to try a bunch of shit. And I know some
Yes.
people, and I know I too. Like I was in my like mid late 20s, living off of my parents playing video games. Like I was in that spot at one point. And it's very easy to just be like, I have no idea what my dream is. I don't know how to step forward. To wait for the dream to come before you try stuff. But the truth of it is, you don't get to pick your dream. You have to go out and try stuff and learn from those experiences. Engage with the world, figure out what the world gives back to you or doesn't. And it sucks and it's painful and it's going to be ups and downs. But you don't get to figure out what your dream is unless you're exceptionally lucky. Um,
Yeah.
unless you go through that. Like you went on your adventures. You made content for YouTube and all your vlogs. You slogged through this educational experience, man. Like um, that's a big source of motivation for me sometimes when I feel down and want to give myself permission to just turn off. It's like or want to give myself permission to stay where I'm comfortable. Um, I'm actually going through this with my job right now. Um, because but the thing is, if you stay in a comfortable experience and let it run your life, you you hang on. I've not had this idea before, so I want to make sure I say it in a way that makes sense. And you can tell me what you think.
Hmm.
The idea is that it's more of a piece of encouragement that I offer myself and I offer to everyone here to take or leave, which is the awareness of when you're choosing comfort over when you're choosing something that is real that could change your life. Um, that's been a
Yeah.
big dictator for me of how I've chosen to engage with games. Um, and a big part of the reason I got excited about Guild Wars 2 again is because there's so many people I can talk to about Guild Wars 2. And that makes me want to engage with the game. That makes the experience feel more real. But at the same time, I'm always cognizant of like, yeah, like maybe I want to clear every single raid every single week. Like I kind of would like to do that. I'd like to get back to that place, be a raider. Raiding's always the thing in MMOs that I've liked doing. Um, like I have the legendary armor on my main. I know nothing compared to you, but I got one set.
Yeah.
Uh, and we can talk about that. But
Yeah.
brother,
I feel like
I think that
for a
there's
lot. Yeah. Sorry.
no
Go ahead.
you go ahead.
It was just addressing the bubble, the safety bubble
Okay.
thought that you were talking about here. I think a lot of people struggle with like breaking out of their comfort zone or breaking out
Yeah.
of not necessarily just their comfort zone, but like something that feels stable.
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
because
Oh,
stability is one of the most calming experiences that you can ever experience, but it can also be very frustrating in a lot of ways.
yeah.
At least I feel like that because maybe something is stable that just isn't healthy for you, or it's not making you happy, or
Mhm.
it's not moving you to a place where you feel like you want to move to. You're just kind of stagnating where you are, and that can be a mind killer. Really, it can.
Yeah.
And I understand why people would want to stay there because it's stability. I mean,
It
it's
feels
awesome.
good.
Yes, it does. But yeah, it's like breaking that for something that's, I mean, completely up in the air. I get why most people wouldn't want to do it.
Yeah.
I empathize with that struggle.
Me too.
I really do.
Me too. Yeah. So like thinking back on my life to the things that kind of sometimes the things that get you out of your comfort shell isn't necessarily like going out and like pushing yourself out, like pull yourself by your bootstraps. For me, it's been more about like recognizing the invitation and saying yes to it. The biggest example in my life of that happening was in um 2000 2010. Um I had made a bunch of changes in my life, started getting out of my shell in a bunch of small ways. And as a result, I met the woman who would eventually become my wife. Um, at the time, she was living in Europe studying music as an opera singer. I was living in the U.S. Um, as a degenerate living off of my parents. Um, she saw something in me across the distance, and we corresponded a lot over the course of a year. Eventually, I flew her out to meet me. We met, solidified the whole thing. The love was there, and then in 2011, we couldn't figure out how to make our lives work to come together. Like it didn't quite add up. But God bless her mother, and may she rest in peace. Um, but she got the idea that the best thing to do would be to buy me a one way ticket to go live with her, uh, my my girlfriend, I guess at the time you'd call her, in her studio apartment in Switzerland while she was studying music. Which, of course, on paper is a terrible idea for 1,000 reasons. But I said yes to it, and my whole life changed as a result. Like I sold my gaming rig, which gave me a ton of. That was very painful to do. Um, I basically didn't play games for like a few years at that point. Moved to a place where I didn't speak the native tongue. Southern Switzerland is mostly Italian, and try to get to live in a new place, try to wield this very nascent skill of teaching English as a second language, which did not go well for me. But anyway, um, by saying yes to that invitation, I put myself into situations where my life had to change. And when I came back to gaming many years later, I saw it differently. And I'm in a situation again where I'm quite comfortable in some ways too with my job. So I mentioned before that I've been through a few layoffs, right? Um, the place where I'm at is happy for me to be where I am, even if I'm not happy to be where I am in this particular setup. And I think there's a good argument that it's been time for me to move on for a little while, but there's a certain comfort that comes from the devil you know. And I know when I can take an early Friday to do a podcast, as an example. I know where all the things fit in. But is it comfortable stability? And what am I learning from doing this? There's a real thorn on that rose, I think.
I can
It's a good reminder to
imagine.
myself.
I think there's a lot more thoughts behind
Yeah,
all those
sorry, man.
words.
You can tell
And I
I can
definitely.
tell that you have psychological training because it just comes pouring out when I'm talking to you, brother.
I'm sorry. I'm
It's
sorry.
okay.
I didn't mean to. But I
It's all
enjoy
good.
it. I do. It's a great.
It's clear.
It's I enjoy having these conversations.
Yeah.
A lot. A whole lot. It's something that's very. It doesn't happen often. Just
Hmm.
in general. That you get hours and hours of chatting with a friend. About, well, life, feelings, and everything in between.
Hmm. Yeah.
And I appreciate learning about your whole situation. But
No, thanks for
I
listening.
definitely, and I definitely feel like there's more behind all that.
Yes.
Seems like a very hard choice, and I definitely empathize with it. Is yeah.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Um, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like it's quite silly to solicit a reaction for that this conundrum because it's a very first world type problem. But
Well, I mean,
a problem is still
yeah,
a problem.
I have a what's it called? Pet peeve with
Oh,
the word first world problems.
okay,
Hey,
okay.
so I'm gonna bring it up now because it's a great segue.
Lay it on me.
Because for well, for one reason or another, I feel like everything becomes a contest or a competition of like who has it the worst, and
Oh God, yeah.
saying that feelings aren't valid, or because I live here or I have all these fantastic luxuries, I'm not allowed
Hmm.
to also feel sad or be in a bad place. I
Hmm.
feel like that's bullshit. Every feelings are relative, and we're humans that acclimate to the situation that we're in, and obviously, different people will have different struggles depending
Mm.
on where they are in their life. But that doesn't mean that the struggle that well anyone is dealing with is has to be, well, neglected as
Hmm.
something minor to not be considered as an actual worry.
Word.
So yeah, I just first world problems are still problems,
Yeah, man. I think you're right. Yeah, maybe another way
at
to
least a
think
lot
about
of
it
the times.
too would be like it's a failure of empathy, a failure of recognition, um,
Mm.
a dehumanization to
Yes, definitely.
classify someone with a different set of problems or a different
It's
status in
pointing at
life.
someone and saying, "You are not allowed to feel bad
Yeah,
because I have it worse," or "Those people over there have it worse, and so
right.
you should be feeling good because compared to them, you're good. Why are you even feeling bad?" That's not how it works. That's not how the human mind works. I
Yeah,
mean, um, the feelings are relative. All of our lives are relative to the situation that we're in.
absolutely.
So,
Yeah, I know people
yeah.
across the whole gamut. One of my good friends is someone who's retired as a tech millionaire in his early 30s. And I look at
I
that,
mean,
I'm like,
nice.
Yeah, no shit, man. Like I look at that and I'm like, fuck. You know, I think about how long I have to do what I'm doing to retire, and it's just kind of it's disappointing. And he's
Yeah.
my friend, so he complains about shit. Everyone complains about shit, but I never for a moment look at what he complains about and be like, man, his problems don't mean shit.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
Just because the fact that, I mean, they call it the human condition for a reason. It's a human condition, not a man, woman, skin color, race, class, any of that shit. Um, there's a reason that uh, for like Joseph Campbell's The Hero's Journey and the Monomyth, the reason that people recognize the value in things across cultures and the commonalities. Like there's a certain, I don't know. Again, I peel back to shared humanity, the Sonder once again. Um, Clearly, that's
I
a,
like
a
that.
thing for me. Yeah, yeah. Well, hey,
I like that perspective.
this is fantastic, man. Thanks for letting me go down these roads and sharing your own. I think I actually need to take another short break. Does that work
Let's
for you?
do it.
All right.
Yeah, sure.
We'll be right back, folks.
Let's do it.
Welcome, everyone. It's Deeg once again back talking to Deroir about Guild Wars 2 and life. We just went down very, dare I say, somewhat philosophical exploration about letting go and self-actualization and
I
very
think that's a
cool
really good
stuff.
way of saying it. Yeah.
Why, thank you. I hope that my words work. If my words start failing me, I'm not sure what I'd do with myself. Speaking of words
Good
failing
point.
me, though, um, so Deroyer, we talked about a lot of great stuff, man. But there's one big topic that I want to make sure that we give plenty of space for, and it's a big happening that went down in I think it was around the 4th of July, the American holiday in 2018, and that's
It
of
was
course.
exactly the 4th of July.
Oh, okay, yeah. And so that's the public interaction and the fallout from it that you had with then a ArenaNet developer Jessica Price. Um, I'm going to give
Yes.
I'm going to lay a very broad, low resolution foundation for the folks who aren't familiar, and then I'll let you jump in and talk to us about it. By the way, quick aside, before we do that, actually meant to do this right when I came back, but I forgot. Is I've been watching the chat. I'm really thrilled that y'all are enjoying the conversation and jumping in. I am planning to do a little casual after show once DeRoyer and I finish up for today. So if you guys stick around, we can talk about topics and just chill and hang out. So feel free to stick around for that. But meantime, the Jessica Price incident. Um, so in July of 2018, at the time, Jessica Price was working at ArenaNet on the narrative team, and I think she was a lead, like a narrative lead was her role. Um, and one of the cool things about Jessica Price at the time was that she was very hands-on and active in what the studio at that time was doing with Reddit AMAs, or after a release of an episode or something, she was jumping in along with the other developers and talking about the release and how they made some decisions. And she was very thoughtful and added a ton of value. This is something I always really appreciated about what she was doing. And she seemed like she was having a measurable impact on the game and helping us understand what was going on in a really big way. Um, Again, talking about the narrative and how narrative is made in these crazy experiments that are live services MMO video games. So what happened was she got inspired, I think, from this and made like a series of tweets talking about the nature of how to give how to give personality to a player character in an MMO, which is of course a challenge because a player in an MMO is doing 1,000 different things and people have their own ideas about what their personality should be and how to properly honor that. At one point in the conversation to where you jumped in, and at this point, I'll let you explain what happened.
Yeah. it was such a weird moment in time for me, but yeah.
Yeah. Weird for everyone, I
So
think. Go on.
yeah, yeah, definitely. So essentially, what happened was I was very interested in the conversation that was ongoing. It was something that I was very invested in as a just a general topic of conversation, which was character development in an MMO.
Uh-huh.
It was something that was near and dear to my heart because she was talking about Guild Wars 2.
Mm-hmm.
And I obviously I mean, speaking out of turn, let's call it that. At least that was how it was perceived. But from my perspective, it was I was a huge fan. I was
Mm-hmm.
very interested in everything that was being said. I loved everything that had happened before that. She'd given some massive like insights on the development and the story beats and everything, and it was great. And I just wanted to be a part of this conversation and
Mm-hmm.
talk with someone that really knew their stuff. And then it was taken the wrong way. Let's call it that.
Mm-hmm.
Because I posted a long series of tweets. I think it was like 4 tweets with like I kind of disagree with the fact that you cannot make compelling character development in an MMO,
Mm-hmm.
because that was kind of her thesis. I'm butchering it a bit, but that was more or less what was being said. She said that you cannot really do this convincingly, and I said something to the extent, well, um, I I disagree, or slightly disagree,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and and gave a few examples. Yeah, I can see you have it on screen here.
Yeah.
I don't exactly understand, or not understand. I don't exactly remember the whole thing that went on,
Well, so
that I was talking about.
I'll paraphrase if you don't mind. I actually went back and read through all this,
Yes.
getting ready for this conversation. So, um, her basic premise, and I can find the link to that. That would add some value, I think. Um, Jessica's basic premise. Um, Here, let's just directly quote her. Um,
Mhm.
here's the basic thesis here. The dirty secret is I'm not sure it's possible to make an MMORPG or CRPG character compelling because people have different expectations about what that character will be as opposed to a pre-designed character in a single player game. And the way her I think the strongest argument that she made as part of this was comparing um, the main character in an MMO to a character from Twilight, which I've not
Mhm.
seen. Um, Here is what she said. Um, so I know I've said this before on Twitter, but it's still going to be to weird people out. So please bear with me. You have to construct your MMORPG player characters dialogue as if they were Bella Swan from Twilight. To be clear, I don't think Twilight's good writing. I don't think Bella Swan's a well-constructed book character. And I think people who criticize Twilight for the latter are correct, but also missing the reason for Twilight's popularity. Because Twilight isn't the love story of Bella and Edward. It's the experience of being loved by Edward, which is why Bella's constructed the way she is. Bella is carefully constructed blank space with just enough personality to function. All of her personality traits are chosen to avoid preventing the reader from inserting themselves into the space she holds in the story. And that's the comparison that she makes to the MMO player
And in
character.
a lot of ways, I always I definitely saw where she was going with the argument. It's not like I
Mm-hmm.
was completely disagreeing and saying this is completely false. That was definitely not where I was going, which was
Mm-hmm.
why I started out with this is an interesting read. I really enjoyed reading through this entire thing. It was a
Mm-hmm.
great insight into story development.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I did at the time have a bit of a gripe with like the storytelling that had been done in Path of Fire.
Okay.
So
What was that
in
gripe?
one of my many tweets here, I reference if you scroll down a bit, I think actually I mentioned something to the extent of maybe don't have an achievement that forces you to go through uh, all the character development plots or whatever. So let me see. Yeah, the checklist for an achievement that forces you through all. There we go.
Oh yeah, right here.
All dialogue options,
Mm-hmm.
because that happened. That had
Mm-hmm.
happened in Path of Fire, and it was like
Mhm.
one of those things where obviously you are asked to make a choice in the story for your character. Which side are you choosing to follow in the Path of Fire story? Is it Palawa Joko, or is it
Oh,
these other
right.
guys, or what?
This
And
is
then there's
after
an
you
achievement
you you
that makes
defend
you do
Amnoon
all of
Oasis, right?
yes,
And you have
and
to
then there's
align with one of the factions.
exactly. And we've kind of seen that all over the game. It's happened multiple times, but that one just stuck out to me at that moment, at the moment of writing this,
Mhm.
because the game was forcing you through all of the steps. Essentially, your character was well not given an option to actually have any personality, and I just had that in the back of my mind.
Right. So
You
rather
had all the
than,
person.
so like by giving a reward for kind of checking all the different alignments off on different characters, which is what it would require to do that. I think that's the
Yeah,
mechanic of it, right? What you were
exactly.
doing is, and if you accept the idea that your account is like a reflection of you more so than the characters are, then it's like you're kind of aligning with every side, which means this side isn't meaningful. It's not an important
Exactly.
choice. It's
It's
just kind of
it's
a
the illusion of
weird,
choice.
yeah. And
It
whereas
it
like
just becomes yeah.
like
It just becomes a blank choice. Like whatever you choose, it doesn't really matter. And the game essentially forces you to not have a personality. And so my gripe in this situation was just, well, maybe don't construct the game so that you don't really have an option to actually uh, have different choices.
yeah, and I think
Obviously,
what you were suggesting too is, um, to make it so that when you chose something like, say, an branching dialogue, that there be an opportunity to express yourself there.
yeah.
Yeah.
And obviously, I know my argument wasn't, I mean, the end all be all. It's not like I was a narrative developer at all. I
Mhm.
was a layman talking from my experience of the game, and I didn't really see this as anything other than any other Reddit thread about a comment. Um, but yeah, thanks for trying to tell me what we do internally, my dude.
Yeah, that was her initial
Um,
response to what you said.
that was our initial response, and I remember that very vividly because. Um, It was, I will be real in saying that that was actually a very traumatic moment for me. What happened, what followed after that whole thing. I was at the gym on a treadmill, and I get the ping on my phone that she's replied. I'm excited. I click in. I see this, and I'm like,
Oh man, fuck.
what really happened? And if it was followed up by her like quote tweeting this and saying that I was something
Yeah, she put you on
show,
blast. Hang on,
chauvinistic or something. Yeah,
I
she
have
was
that link too.
putting me on.
Yeah, she
Um,
so she followed it up with a couple things. First, she said, actually, I'm not sure what the sequence was. I think this was the first one she did. Today, in being a
yeah,
female game dev, allow me, a
there.
person who does not work with you, explain to you how you do your job. Now, let me actually back this
And
up a little
the
bit.
sentence,
Go ahead.
yeah,
Sorry.
no, sorry, no, go ahead.
I'm trying to remember if you actually. So when you were in the gym and you got that reply from Jessica, yeah, you did reply. Okay. Here's what you said. You getting mad at my obvious attempt at creating dialogue and discussion with you instead of just replying that I'm wrong or otherwise correct me in my false assumptions is really just disheartening for me. But you do you. You're sorry if it offended. I'll leave you to it.
I backed
So
out immediately.
when you wrote that, what were you feeling?
I was feeling terror in my entire being. I stepped off the treadmill. I went home. I walked home from the gym with my bike in one hand and my phone in the other, not knowing what the fuck I was actually going to write because all of a sudden, 100 people, and it was just pinging like nothing had ever pinged on my phone with notification after notification of people saying that I was a horrible, chauvinistic person. And I had no idea where this was
Yikes.
coming from. It was terrifying, and I was instantly just backing out. This was my attempt at. I'm sorry. I mean, I will leave this conversation right now.
Yeah.
Um, and it just kept
It,
going, and it
it's
kept
like
going.
like
I went home to my girlfriend. I was about to say at the time, she's still my girlfriend. I went home to my girlfriend, explained the situation, and I was just like, I don't know what to do. Like
right.
I have no idea what's happening. Everything's just pinging. People hate me now. I like all I did was try to interact with someone that I really was interested in, and she is now, well,
Yeah.
calling me out and
She's
telling other
called
people
yeah, like
to point their finger at me.
she tried to out you as a sexist.
Yes,
Like,
and it, I that couldn't be further from the truth. It was so completely disconnected from reality, that I just could not understand the situation that I was standing in. Like
yeah.
I couldn't understand how I was going to get out. I couldn't understand where I was actually standing in the moment. It was so confusing and
Yeah.
terrifying. And I essentially like I don't remember if there was like a follow up. I think there was one more message, one more tweet from me as well, where I was like, I'm done, no more comment, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
um
So much for being an
and
open discussion, I guess. I meant no disrespect
yes,
at all. Never did, never will. Neither did I imply I knew better. Nor has this anything to do with gender. Never did, never will. I'll retract my comment because obviously I'm in the wrong forum for this kind of talk.
exactly. And
Yeah.
that was the end of it for me. That was I told myself I wasn't going to interact with anything, but it just kept piling up with people reaching out and, well, calling me bad words. Let's call it like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
And I didn't know how to handle it. Honestly, I was just like I was completely dumbfounded. Um, and yeah, I mean, overnight, my phone just kept ticking, kept ticking, kept ticking. I had to turn off the notifications because it was just harassment,
Hmm.
and I didn't know where this was going. And I texted one of my friends about this whole situation, because I felt I was very, very, very alone in this situation. I felt
Yeah.
like I was getting piled on, and no one saw it from my perspective, and it was this weird feeling of like, I don't want to say gaslighting, but it felt like I was being told that I did something I was definitely sorry I or not sorry. I was
Yeah.
definitely sure I did not do.
You were being
I
put
know I
in
didn't
the
do it.
position of
I was
apologizing for something you didn't do.
Yes. It
Yeah.
was, and it was such a disconnected experience altogether. So I
Hmm.
reached out to my friend, and he was like, what the fuck, what's happening, like, and because he hadn't seen it, it was just on Twitter at the time. My Twitter
Hmm.
had, like, I don't know, no followers whatsoever. I
Hmm.
was just a rando dude, content creator, talking with a dev of a game that I really liked and getting blasted for it. So that all just kind of, I mean, she was relentlessly just writing,
Yeah.
following up with everyone else that were like spamming me down, and I was just constantly getting notifications. Anyways, I keep repeating myself. What happened was, my friend actually shared it with the Guild Wars 2 community on Reddit, unprompted by me. I did not ask for any of this,
Hmm.
any attention, anything, but
Hmm.
he shared it, and it got attention
Yeah.
from the Guild Wars 2 community. It all of a sudden kind of flipped, because what happened was, it wasn't just her bubble of followers that were viewing this incident.
Hmm.
Now it was the Guild Wars 2 community watching it,
Right.
and
The
then
other
it became
Leviathan slouched into the
the
conversation.
exactly, and
Mm.
it turned into a flood of, well, people from both sides trying to defend one or the other.
Mm.
And it was a battle of misinformation, I want to say, because most of the things people were saying, it wasn't really true. There was a lot of just like getting, it's like shit being pulled out of thin air, assumptions being made, and just some people with an agenda for trying to do something that definitely had nothing to do with the whole situation. There was a lot of
Mhm.
mixed emotions all together, and right at the center was little old me, who did not want to say a single word because I was definitely out of this situation. I did not want anything to do with the situation whatsoever.
Yeah.
Uh, and it really just snowballed from there, which just made me feel even worse. There's a lot of people that say, "Oh, you must be happy for what happened with Jessica Price or Peter
Right.
Freeze,
So for those who don't
who
know,
also yeah
there was the big community like reaction to the reaction, and then the next day, July 5th, we saw a forum post from Mike O'Brien, the president and at the time game director of Guild Wars 2, um, on the forums. He's just let me just find his words. I don't want to paraphrase this. Did I save the link to this?
to give another little detail,
Sure.
on Twitter, as when the other great Leviathan, as you so called it, the Guild Wars 2 community kind of started talking back to Jessica. Peter Freeze, another
Oh, right.
fantastic game developer, jumped into the conversation and defended his colleague, as is
Yes.
expected from any other good colleague in
I
person.
have what he said right here, and
Yes.
the tweet's been deleted, so you can't find it. So, but I do. Someone grabbed it. Here's what he said. Here's a bit of insight that I legitimately hope he reflects on, and I guess he is you in this case. I'm not sure. Um,
Me.
she never asked for his feedback. These are our private social media accounts. Imagine you're an astronomer and you start sharing some things you've learned in the last few months since you began a research project observing Saturn, only to have observation techniques explained to you by a layman. Jessica is great at her job and she deserves to be treated with respect. That's what Peter said.
Yeah.
And
Um,
I remember reading after the fact that Peter was literally like sitting out on the lawn enjoying the holiday with his family and with his phone in his
yep.
hand while this was going on, and that's what he said. And then
Yeah, which just made this whole this whole situation even worse.
yeah,
Um, because the thing is, like, I feel like at the time of writing the comment to her, I was just another guy with a random opinion on the internet.
mhm,
I mean, I didn't matter until it was blown up um, and it was taken as an offense.
yeah,
I didn't mean it as an offense. I had huge respect for her prior, and well, I mean, for the longest time, I guess. And then to be told also that I'm trying to teach her something, or I'm trying to I don't have any respect for the person. I mean, it was one of those. It was the same situation where it's like I feel like I'm being told I did something I really didn't feel like I did. It
right.
felt so disconnected from reality. But yeah, he kind of, as Noxy put it here in chat, got caught in the crossfire,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
yeah.
Um,
So just so everyone knows understands the funeral tones that we're explaining all this in, the following day, Mike O'Brien fired Jessica Price and Peter Freeze from ArenaNet for their participation in this, and that was what the forum, what the announcement that he posted on the forum was. Here's what he
yeah,
said. Recently, two of our employees failed to uphold our standards of communicating with players. Their attacks on the community were unacceptable. As a result, they're no longer with the company. I want to be clear that the statements they made do not reflect the views of ArenaNet at all. As a company, we always strive to have a collaborative relationship with the Guild Wars community. We value your input. We make this game for you. How did
yeah.
you feel when you saw that?
I felt terrible because it meant that my actions on the internet had cost two people their jobs, two people that I had exceptionally high or put in exceptional high regard,
Right.
and very much looked up to in many regards. And I cost them their job. Or obviously, it I didn't cause them to lose their job. It was not my fault, but at the time, it
That's how
definitely
you
felt like
felt.
it was my
Yes.
fault.
Yes.
Um, I was not I was not the one calling for anything to happen or to be followed up on this. I was not the one calling for any firings whatsoever. I wasn't calling for retributions, and I did not want an apology. I didn't care. I was out.
Yeah.
Um, I was not involved with any of this, but I got the full blunt of the or brunt of
Brunt.
the backlash from all the people that felt like Jessica was in the right, or
Hmm.
that uh, Peter. I mean, they didn't want to lose Peter for obvious reasons. He's a fantastic individual
Peter, I
in
think,
game
had been at
development.
ArenaNet for like 15 years or something like that at that point. He was one of the
And
OGs.
yeah, and here comes some random old dude on the internet saying stuff, and it just kind of butterflies effects out of
Yeah.
I don't know proportions to the point where um, yeah, they lose their job. It felt horrible. It genuinely felt horrible.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what to do because it was a it was at that point it was a tidal wave that was completely uncontrollable.
Mm.
Nothing that I said or did could change anything that was unfolding.
Hmm.
The like international media were getting on board.
Right.
There are journalists from like Kotaku joining my Discord channel, trying to reach out to me and get a comment
Holy
for
shit.
weird interviews. I had to uh, to put even more security restrictions on my Discord channel just to have no one join for a period of time,
Mm.
because so many journalists were trying to reach out and get a comment on weird shit. YouTubers were covering it. It was blowing up to proportions that were completely unfounded and unnecessary.
Hmm.
Um, and I didn't say a word because it was the only right thing I felt like anyone could do in this situation was just shut the fuck up. So I
Yeah.
shut the fuck up. But yeah,
How
unfortunately,
did
I was
it?
the only one.
How did you? How did you feel when you realized that the only thing you could do was not engage? Did that feel
It felt,
disempowering? Was it
yeah,
weird?
it felt very disempowering. It felt
Yeah.
very, I think when it really hit me, was when a lot of the articles that were coming out and a lot of the things that were being said were obvious lies because I knew the situation. I was there. And it was being presented as if, like, honestly, it was my first, it felt like it was my first experience with like fake news
Uh huh.
because it felt like that. It was like I felt like I was reading an article about me saying I did something that I definitely did not do,
Right.
and I felt so disconnected from reality. Everything was just weird and upside down.
Yeah.
Luckily, like the only thing that really kept me sane through this was the fact that there was the guilt word as vitriolic as some people can be. The Guild Wars 2 community saw it for what it was and
Yeah.
found some of all these clips of me saying like I have huge respect for this woman. There's all these fantastic things, and then like them piecing the whole picture together really helped me like realize that okay, yeah, I am not the one that's
Yeah.
got a distorted reality. It's really is just being distorted by other parties, and
Here, here's
yeah.
some. There was a clip from you, from your stream the day before this happened, July 3rd, and I transcribed what you said. I love Jessica Price's responses. She is like the god of fucking AMAs. She just gives great answers all the way through. It's absolutely amazing to read through. There's record of positive regard there. And then I also watched the stream you gave after the event where you kind of reflected on it. Um, yeah.
In many regards, I have Nick, I have refused to rewatch my stream after that, because I
Mhm.
don't necessarily think I did all the right things, all the right moves there.
Okay.
At the time, right before going live, this was a situation. The situation was I was streaming live every day. I told myself I'm going to stream live every day. This is my
Right.
goal. I am not going to stop. And so when ArenaNet actually reached out and said, "Please don't talk about the situation,"
Hmm.
I was like, "There is no way that I can go about and not talking about the situation because there's already 500 people waiting around in chat
Yeah, that's
right
just
now,
insane.
and I am going to go live."
Hmm.
Um, so I went live, but it was such a weird. weird experience because everyone's eyes were on me, wanting to, I don't know, tell them what happened, tell them what my thoughts were, start a war, blow the war horn or something. I don't know what it really was, but there was a lot of expectations, and I didn't want any part of it, but things slipped out, I guess. I mean, it was just like I did say some, like, for example, I kind of hinted that ArenaNet didn't want me to say or talk about it. It was a very, very friendly request from them, and there was no demand for me to not talk about it. But it may have come across as something it wasn't, because I was just generally in a confused state at that
Yeah,
point.
and
Yeah,
I imagine that you were trying to find some closure on the event, because I mean, to you, it must have felt like getting run over by a truck, like something that happened to you, not something
yeah.
that you provoked. You didn't hop in the driver's seat. You were just, going through the crosswalk or whatever the metaphor is. Um, yeah, I have a lot of sympathy. I would say empathy, but I've never been in that situation, and I can only imagine what it's like to be under the crosshairs in that way. Um, I it was really fascinating to watch how the Guild Wars 2 community rallied around you.
Yeah.
Um,
I,
and
I cherish a lot of the support that I got. I don't endorse everything that obviously happened there, but I do
mhm,
cherish a lot of the support that I got there because it kept me sane. It gave me a pillar of stability in
mhm,
a situation that I had no idea how to handle,
right,
and that I didn't really. I mean, in a sense, I didn't really intend on handling. I wanted to just let it go.
yeah,
I wanted to say sorry, and I'm backing out now, and for it
mhm,
to end there because I saw no point in taking it any further than that.
yeah,
But it did get taken further than that, and so when it just kind of escalated, I was so happy to have a stable pillar to lean against, which was the Guild Wars 2 community.
yeah,
Genuinely, a lot of support, both mentally and just like, I mean, words of encouragement and just
yeah,
like, I mean, when everyone's talking about the event, or so many people and so many forums or websites are talking about the same thing, or like misportraying something, it's very important to have people, multiple people or groups of people to like combat this misinformation, because there's so much misinformation. It
right,
was disgusting.
yeah, yeah, man.
But yeah,
It's a
it just
rough
felt like,
beat. It's a rough beat to be an example in someone else's narrative in that way.
mm.
I
And
feel
the
like
thing
that's
was
kinda what
like,
happened.
so many people wanted to vilify me afterwards.
Mhm.
So many people wanted to point fingers at me. There are still people, and like for months after the actual event happened, there were like people just um deliberately going out of their way to either troll or like harass me in both in game, like in World versus World, or in PvP, or
Really?
just messages. Yes, people were relentless. There were groups chasing me all
What?
around World versus World. I couldn't leave for like a week. I couldn't leave uh, the spawn point because they would find me and just go after me only.
That's wild,
Um,
man. And
yeah,
did
yeah,
they
yeah.
say anything
It
about
was
why they
horrible.
were doing it, or were they just acting with their feet?
Every single time they would kill me, I would get a message that just said, "For Jessica Price." Sorry, that's the mosquito.
Holy shit.
Every single time for a week straight. I got mails, I got messages, I got everything. Like, people were horrible, all trying to vilify me and make me out to be this horrible, horrible evil that got their favorite developer fired. When in fact, I don't feel like, after a lot of reflection, I was not the cause of this. I did not. It's not my fault
Yeah.
that it came to be.
Yeah.
Uh,
Let's
I didn't
talk
take it.
about that. The cause. Um, if you don't mind. Um, I don't know. I think that look, the ramifications that came out for this are fascinating, and there's so many. Not just the being killed in World War, which I didn't even know about till now, but like there are articles written and counter articles, and like there's so much stuff that came from this. And I want to talk about that stuff too. But if you are okay with it, I think it might. So before we actually sat down to talk here, Dory, I briefly chatted with you just to let you know that I did have an interest in discussing this topic. And I
Mhm.
wanted to offer you some assurance, not that I was necessarily just sympathetic to you, but I had a sympathetic view of every party involved. Um, and we've had a few moments of reflecting on Sonder and the connectivity of all people and things like that. And I really want to carry that over into this if we can. Um, and I don't want to excuse anyone either. So it's a tough balance to strike. Um, I read I read one commentary that was fairly negative on you, and here's the strongest argument I heard made, and I'm just going to get it out of the way. See if I can find it.
For what it's worth, I am also, I was at the time, and still I am very sympathetic with.
What was
Nice,
that?
my plant just.
Oh
That was just
no,
my plant. Nice.
we withered it with our conversation.
Honestly, I'll deal with that.
So here, go ahead.
Oh, so yeah, go no, go ahead.
Okay, so this is from an article. I want to properly credit it. Um, Written by Adrian Hahn, who I don't know, but who covered this. And I picked out two quotes from it that I thought were interesting. First one, suggesting that what you're jumping in and talking the way you did initially when you were just getting involved in the conversation. The quote is akin to telling a Formula One mechanic to maybe try putting better gas in the tank, which a fan talking to a developer, I see how that could be perceived as a developer in that way. I kind of am, even though I don't agree with it, I can sympathize with why a developer might see that. But the other thing that this person said is Deroir being the straw that broke prices back. And I think that
Yeah.
there's a lurking truth there that is worth mentioning. I haven't spoken to Jessica. I don't know exactly how she feels about this now, though I think she's pretty out there still. Um, she did an interview back in 2013. This would have been 5 years before the incident, talking about sexism in the games industry, and talked about all the things you'd expect. The simple act of being constantly interrupted, having your ideas not being respected, um, the systematic issues that women face, which are real, they're real, and which can, I think, enact heavier tolls in professions of passion, like game development, where a lot of things are excused because everyone expects it to be a profession of passion. Um, and even to the point where she said that she had been sexually harassed, um, multiple times, and it's hard for me to put myself in those shoes. But if you're a person who is has gone through something like that, these traumatic experiences, it makes complete sense to me that someone would be very afraid of going through those experiences again. And I can see how she might look at your earnest attempt to join the conversation as a sort of denial or disrespect, just because you were jumping in at a different level of, honestly, you don't work at ArenaNet. You don't have access to the same level of insight she does. Um, so what do you have to contribute to the conversation? Maybe that's what she thought. I don't know. Peter said something about it being a private account, and I don't think that makes any sense because it was all done in a public place for public attention. And if she wanted a place to put her thoughts out there in a way that no one else could interact with, there are other mediums for that. But even though I do not, so what she ended up doing in my mind was, of course, she didn't honor your intentions of jumping in and being part of the conversation. She misinterpreted your intentions based on previous experiences that I suppose she had. And I try to be sympathetic to that. But then the choice to turn around and put you on blast, to escalate the situation. So if this had ended with her saying, yeah, okay, your opinion doesn't matter. I can't remember what she said exactly. Thanks for telling me how we work internally. This very dismissive thing, which by itself is a real personal tragedy for you, I think. And I really empathize with that. But then her choice to then turn around and what she had not done up till then and call out your gender as part of the problem or her gender as being part of the problem. That choice to change the narrative from being about like literally writing the narrative of the situation to go from being about a professional and an enthusiast talking about something that they both care a lot about to being someone trying to suppress her ideas based on her gender. And then in doing so, call you out as being someone who is like this, who's sexist. And that's like bringing a gun to a slap fight. It's a hilarious escalation. And I don't mean hilarious in like the haha sense. I mean like in the tragic sense. Like it's a tragic escalation of events. And in my experience, people don't escalate that way unless there's something going on in their past that they're bringing into the situation. Like I deal with this with my wife, and not sexism stuff, but like, you know, hey honey, can you take out the trash? Rah! You know, you ever have one of those moments with your significant other because you
Uh,
don't quite agree on how to handle taking out the trash, and maybe you do it all the time, even though she's supposed to help, and like, you know, it's not like the moment is the thing that's enraging. It's everything that came before it. And in this
yeah, I know
situation
exactly what you mean.
with Jessica, I saw a lot of stuff that came before that was introduced and then that you had to then deal with. And um,
I think actually like bringing up her past is a really good um, reflection point. Let's call it that,
okay,
because the reality was that I didn't know who she was. Like beside a Guild Wars 2 developer that was doing amazing work. I
right.
didn't know her background. I hadn't really followed her story up until joining ArenaNet. In hindsight, I had a couple of friends uh, who were like, I when I saw like after the fact, after everything had happened, they were commenting and saying like, um, when I saw you interact with her at first, I couldn't believe you had actually done that. I would have stayed 5 feet away from anything. I had a lot of those comments actually come my way after it
They couldn't
all
believe
went
what? Sorry,
down.
I don't quite understand.
They couldn't believe that I had actually interacted with her account because they felt like they knew what would happen if I had interacted with
Oh,
her. Tried to, yes.
they couldn't believe that
Um,
you touched the hot oven. That kind of idea.
exactly. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
And I could never really empathize with that sentiment because sure, I mean there can be let's call it not let's not call it red flags, just like flags of like, yeah, maybe this is a bad idea to do. But
Hmm.
I guess I was just interacting as a person of as a person who's interested.
Hmm.
But I can definitely, the thing is like, one thing that I can empathize a lot with is I can definitely empathize in hindsight with her point of view and where she came from. I fully empathize with the fact that if you are part of a minority or underrepresented group in any demographic or setting, you there is a there's a strong there exists an inherently strong incentive to rebel against the status quo, and very often that has to be done violently, or publicly, or aggressively. You gotta mark your territory. Let's call it that, and say, here I am. This is me. This is what I stand for. And definitely that was a case of, well, her speaking her opinion, and again, well, acting on her assumptions of what my intentions would be. And I can definitely understand where she is coming from. I definitely can. I can empathize with that. The thing is, like, as much as I can empathize with it, I can't really sympathize with it. I can't really put myself in her shoes and say that I would have done the same, because I would have just blocked. And obviously, who am I to say what she should have done? Because the reality is, I am not in her shoes. I have not lived her life. I have not walked a mile in her shoes.
Yeah.
So she does what she does because of the reasons that because of the life that she's lived.
Yeah.
So probably completely understandable and reasonable in her life, and from her lived experience as a human being. All of what she did made sense. But for me, it still felt wrong.
There's this
Me.
idea that I like to keep top of mind when people do things that seem strange, which is that people do things for reasons that make sense to them, even if they don't make sense to you. And it bears mentioning that I'm not trying to excuse anyone here. I think that without, we can still try to understand what happened without excusing the action. And, whatever social faux pas you may have committed by jumping into a conversation that maybe was above your level, I think that's the implication. I'm not sure I agree with it, but let's just say that's what people are responding to. Maybe it's fair.
Yeah. It's a fair statement in many regards. Obviously, like, if you see it from the standpoint of all these strawman fallacies that everyone are building up to, like,
well, it doesn't excuse the action. It doesn't excuse it.
Exactly.
It doesn't explain it, and that's why I mentioned before, like, people ride into these with a whole bunch of things you don't see. And there's the whole lived experience. I think very clearly the escalation and the accusation of sexism was inappropriate. And I think it was made much more inappropriate by the inevitable reaction that was formed from that. And perhaps, I think that there is an easy story to tell, that the reaction was calculated to create that story. And maybe that the desire to create that story is for her a reaction to some stories that she's lived through. Whatever the case is. By the way, Jessica, if you're out there, I'd love to hear what you think about this.
Honestly, me too. One of my greatest, let's call it, regrets from this whole situation is that there never seems to have there's never come a resolution.
Right.
Nothing's been resolved. I was blocked shortly after the tide turned. So I never saw anything after that. I never heard anything. I never had an opportunity to even, like, reach out and say sorry again. Obviously, that is words from.
No, she put you on blast and then blocked you when the narrative turned against her. She burned the bridge. From her side.
And in reality, all I really want is just there to be a resolution. And if the resolution is, we'll just go about our ways and live our lives in separate peace, that's all right. I mean, I don't expect anything else to come from this. Honestly, I wanted to just, obviously from the start, I wanted it to just end. But
Yeah.
If I can say anything, it's like I am truly sorry for how it all unfolded. And yeah,
Yeah.
I
And that's a very
I don't know.
humble position to take, because I think you can successfully make the argument that the ultimate outcome, the most important outcome from this, which is not a block on Twitter and not a bunch of articles, but the real negative outcome from this is two people losing their jobs. And that, I think the idea that you have some
100%.
responsibility there is very overstated. And there's another conversation to be had here about the decision that was made by ArenaNet and the people who were responsible for making that decision there to make that choice. And there's a bunch of ink that's been spilled over that decision about whether people like Peter and Jessica should have lost their jobs over tangling in something like this. That's a very tough one, a very, very tough one. Um, I know the last thing I would
Yeah.
want if I'm arguing with someone on the internet is for them to lose their job as a result of it, no matter what they say to me, because it's just words on the internet. It's, you know,
Mhm.
but we live in this world where the stories we tell about ourselves and each other have such value because the words have such permanence, and the level of accountability for what people say is higher than it's ever been, because we live at the beginning of history right now where nothing will ever be lost. And there'll be images, videos, and words and documentation of all the things people have said and thought in a way that never existed up in previous generations. And one of the major critiques that I read about this whole situation, and everyone simplifies it in one way or another, but one of the reductions that I read is the power of the Reddit mob to provoke a response, and how ready ArenaNet was to respond to that. And it's not the first Reddit mob we've seen ArenaNet respond to. Um, I watched your
I
video
think
the other day about the Mountgate controversy. It's a funny connection to make, but
yeah. Um, I obviously yes, the Reddit mob is a great way to say it, but honestly, from my perspective, it was a Twitter mob that was coming my way to begin with.
yes,
Um,
for
so
you the
it's
enemy was a Twitter mob, and for Jessica the enemy was the Reddit mob, and for
yeah,
ArenaNet by
uh,
association.
exactly. And I feel yeah, there's a great disconnection between I don't know, yeah, it just
Fuck
everything
mobs,
from
man.
that time,
Man, fuck
huh?
mobs. Fuck mobs.
Yeah,
This is what
everything from
this is why
that
we have to have these
period
one-on-one
just feels so
conversations, bro.
bad.
This is why you have to talk one-on-one. This is the only way you can truly humanize a person's actions. Is to understand the context, meet the real person. Um, I'm supposing a lot on Jessica's behalf because I've seen stuff like that in the past. And when you see someone acting out of hurt, it's very the true art is to deal with the action while respecting the hurt. And that is so hard to do. And just by looking at all the reactions to this, you can see the desire to simplify, simplify, simplify. Oh, this is about, you know, overconfident white men versus oppressive women. That's the narrative. Oh, this is about um, developers versus gamers. This is about, you know, game studios versus public perception. Like, it is about all those things, and it's also about so much more. And I defy the instinct to reduce any of these things.
I think that's the only right way to go about it. Honestly, I think this all could have been solved if I mean, yeah, if I don't want to say I don't want to say the obvious, but if we had just at the beginning of it all sat down and just said I'm sorry or understood each other.
Yeah,
And by
yeah,
that I mean Jessica and I, because obviously we were coming from two very different perspectives, walking into the same conversation and coming out with two very different yeah, perspectives of what was actually being said in either direction. And I feel like it was just a bad case of miscommunication
Yeah.
based off of, well, our individual, yeah,
Mhm.
I don't
Mhm.
know. I don't even know what phrase to put there, but
Yeah, man.
everything about that whole experience just feels terrible to me.
Sure. And look, I really
All throughout, it was like, and now I've gotten a lot of distance. It's a couple of years back now. But
yeah,
I still see it pop up everywhere.
right.
Once in a blue moon, there's a reference to this or that, and yeah, they're just it never really seems to properly end.
Because some of the dynamics there are evergreen. The
Yeah,
problem of sexism in our society and in the games industry, still a problem. It's really interesting
totally.
too because
Yeah,
ArenaNet is one of those companies I know that's really out there in terms of being very pro diversity. Like they really ride with that right up on the front seat of their mission. At least parts of
I'm
the
all for
company
it.
do.
I mean,
Parts of the company do.
yeah,
I can't speak for every part of the company. I can't speak for any part of the company. But like talking to Tom Abernathy and Bobby Stein, both guys in the narrative department, I really get a very strong vibe of that from them.
definitely, definitely. It's one of those. I mean, obviously I'm speaking from the point of view as a white male in a first world country, but the reality is that like I was I mean Denmark is a very open-minded country all around.
Okay.
It's the country I've lived in my entire
Socially
life.
progressive, you'd say?
It's extremely socially progressive. It's always been very socially progressive, ahead of well, the international standard, let's call it that.
Okay.
um, I work at a company right now that is like 70% women. I'm exaggerating, but it's at least 60%. And
Okay.
um, a lot of the leadership programs, everything is channeled towards women. I mean, more power to it. It's fantastic. More opportunities for everyone. I'm all for all of these things. And I've always been all for like supporting diversity. I'm there with all of my rainbow friends. I mean, it's honestly, it's like,
Mhm.
and then being called out for being sexist was such a, I mean, it's
Yeah,
such an
man.
odd experience. It was something I'd never experienced in my entire life.
Did you have a sense
But
when it
then again,
happened of, like, there being a potential risk to your future, like, or your career and being
yes, I
identified as a
did actually.
sexist?
I
Okay.
did actually. It was I was terrified. It is the one time um, throughout my entire like gaming career where I was so happy that my real name was not out there.
Ah.
It was the one time where I was like, "Fuck yeah, I did it right,"
Hmm.
because I know that something would have come of it. And I'm not saying that it would have like been doom and gloom and oh, my personal life is now ruined or anything, but something. And it was a gaming um, was a sphere of my life that I did not want to really overlap with reality.
Yeah.
And there was an actual chance of it doing so in a very negative way.
Yeah.
And so yeah, it was very I was very cautious. I was scared, honestly. Um,
Yeah. If I were you, I would be too.
yeah.
I talked to a PlanetSide streamer about a little bit more than a month ago, I guess. His name is Shockter, and much smaller scene, but he was publicly called out for being a racist um, by someone else in the community. And I talked to him about that situation, and he went full blast on the counteroffensive. And I, for what it's worth, I think the guy who called him a racist was completely off base with it, um, and in poor taste in many ways. Besides, but that kind of an accusation is dangerous. Just having the accusation out there and being public is dangerous. Um,
Yeah, it
and
is. It ruins lives. Like, I mean, and
yeah,
not to like say that that this was the thing that happened, but for like Jessica and Peter, obviously, this whole situation like they lost their jobs.
Yeah.
I mean, technically the same thing could have happened to me, because if the needle was pointing in another direction,
Yeah.
I mean,
And Peter, just for being involved and offering some words in Jessica's defense, he didn't even reinforce the gender thing at all.
no.
Just
And that's, I feel like actually the like Peter is the one, like all the things that happened to Peter, or the thing that happened to Peter that he lost his job, was like the thing that felt probably the worst to me, because it
yeah,
felt like he was actually doing, he was being a good person.
he was getting
He
his
was
colleagues
helping.
back.
Yeah, he exactly. He was helping his friend. He was helping his colleague.
Yeah.
Just kind of tackling the mob that was kind of coming for her. And as a result of that, as a result of being a good Samaritan, he lost his job, and it
Yeah.
felt fucking terrible. And it must have felt even worse for him, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he had great intentions, but
Yeah. And that's very big of you to say because he did cast you in a somewhat negative light, but
oh yeah.
that's
But I
very big
mean,
of you to say.
and the thing is, like, I get it. I get why people want to take me down in that sense, in the sense of like, why does he have anything to say to this person?
Mm-hmm.
They're right. I mean, in all honesty, obviously, I don't have any level of expertise. I never claimed to have any level of expertise. I don't.
You're an
I wasn't claiming
enthusiastic amateur.
arbiter of truth.
Yeah. When it comes to
Yeah,
that stuff.
exactly. I wasn't trying to be an arbiter of truth or anything. I was trying to engage in a conversation, and it was taken. It was taken as someone trying to correct a professional, and I get why people are trying to, well, make the analogy. I called them strawmen earlier, but yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Well, I
like
mean, if
the
she,
situation wasn't
yeah,
that
go
I was
ahead.
trying to tell a Formula One mechanic how to do their job.
Put better gas in the tank.
Exactly, that wasn't the situation. That's definitely not how I felt like, and I'm sorry that it
Yeah. You
was
were just
perceived as that.
interacting in the way that you best knew how to do.
Yeah.
And I think that happens a lot, right? Like occasionally, I'm trying to think of a good example. Like if you know a lot about a topic, like let's say that you're an expert in brewing beer, let's just say. And you talk to your friend and he gives you some idiotic opinion about beer. Like, yeah, you could like shut him down. You could. But you could also honor their enthusiasm, right? You could also honor their enthusiasm while offering them some of your perspective. That's the bigger
Or
person thing to do.
or just ignore it.
Yeah, I mean,
And I feel
ignoring
like
it
that's
is,
such an undervalued thing. But in this case, if we're trying to make the connection between these two scenarios, just ignore it.
yeah, and ignoring it, I
Because
think it is what a lot of people in that situation do.
yeah, because
Yeah,
if you genuinely feel that a person's words have no value to your expertise or your perceived worldview, then just ignore it.
right. So, like on the spectrum of
It's
like,
what I do. It's what I do on Facebook when there's weird shit coming up. It's what I do whenever anyone's trying to tell me how to do the things that I'm an expert in.
yeah.
Just listen, be like, cool, man. I'm on with my day.
So on like
There's no.
go ahead, man. It's your
I
story.
was just about to end by saying that there's no real need to make it into a fight every time.
Yeah,
Or
on the like
yeah.
the spectrum of like let's call it empathy, right? Like on the one
Mhm.
side, what I just stood up would be the ultimately empathetic response. To see through the words, to perceive the intent, which is someone who is a creator who wants to join the conversation and wants to hash over a certain part of it. And the thing to do in that situation if you truly embody truly embody the authority you possess, would be to offer a response to say something like, here's how we would do it. To offer a real response that actually responds to what you said and offers some of that authoritative perspective. You don't have to sit someone down just because they've said something silly or that doesn't quite honor your authority. And treating something like that as a challenge to authority is a real it's a real hazard. It's one of those does not play well with others kinds of red flags, I think. Speaking generally here.
Yeah.
So the true embodiment of authority when someone comes to you as an amateur is to honor their intention and their enthusiasm. The opposite is to put them on blast, which is what happened. Like, right? Like, this is offensive to me. Fuck this person. And also, this is part of a bigger problem. And they're sexist. Like, I'm trying to imagine how else she could have escalated this outside of physically assaulting you. But it's just crazy, right? Like, it's actually crazy that a person could see that. And the fact that someone would have that kind of a response, it kind of creates a counter empathy in my mind for what she must have experienced in her life to give her this sense that this is what was happening in that moment. And I feel like I have a lot of empathy for the person who feels the need to respond that way. Not because they're right in their action, but because it's the action of a very hurt person. And it's a shame.
In this case, I am going to not really comment on what you said. I think there were great words, but I try to abstain from really commenting on.
Yeah, and I probably dove in too deep and to poor taste.
Perhaps, and I don't know. I guess that's the thing. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like
the thing is, like, I never had anything. I never had anything personal against her.
Yeah.
Even after the thing, it was like, I mean, I didn't even really know. And I'm not going to really make assumptions about everything because I don't know. That's the reality. I
neither
don't
of us
really
do.
know.
Neither of us really know, and we can't.
Yeah.
I'm just offering some observation, some correlations between similar kinds of experiences I've had in my life.
Yeah.
It's just a suggestion. It's a suggestion of how those actions could be interpreted. It's definitely not a reckoning, and it's definitely not with any sort of authority. It just comes from this place in me that inherently wants to humanize people.
And I get it fully.
Yeah. So
heavy topic, man.
It is. And I thought I might want to talk about like the justification of firing people, but I don't even think I really want to go there. Like that's maybe just too heavy to talk about.
The thing is, like, it's such that particular thing. I want to say just one thing.
Okay.
Is I am not the one to take. I don't feel like it's my position or my right to even really comment about the actions of a company and what they did. I feel like it was terrible for the people involved. Definitely. And I have so much sympathy for everything that happened. It was horrendous. Would I have wished it was different? Absolutely. The whole thing should have been different, and no one should have lost their job. But it's not my decision, and I did not ask for anything. I didn't want it to be involved in this, and I feel like I have no right on really commenting on whether or not corporations should. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I'm already in too deep. It feels iffy, man, to touch this.
That's what I'm saying. I think it might be a little too heavy to go there.
Yeah.
And I might have to think about it some, but there is, we should all ask ourselves the question of, to what extent the words of someone employed by an organization represent that organization, and what is the proper action to take when someone representing an organization says something that is um, let's say controversial.
Hmm.
We saw what's her face, the woman who played. You watched The
That's got me
Mandalorian?
scared. Yeah,
So good, right? Like for me,
amazing,
Mandalorian's like
amazing,
saving
absolutely.
Star Wars, man. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, honestly, it is.
Oh, thank God for Dave Filoni and John Favreau, man, and all the people involved. But one of the people involved, Gina Carano, got very publicly fired from Disney and from this
Right. Yeah.
for doing something kind of maybe spiritually like this, speaking her mind on some social issues and making herself the center of controversy. And my sense of it is the reason that she got the boot isn't because there's a disagreement on values. It's more that she made herself a center of controversy.
Mm.
Um, and I think though that maybe those bridges are being rebuilt. Like I read stories about her getting rehired. I don't know. It's muddy. I guess like it's just, it suggests to me that this is a bigger problem. Um,
But I mean, in many regards, I feel like I'm too close to the subject, just because I was
yeah,
involved with a situation like this.
I respect that.
But at the same time, I also have an opinion about all of this stuff that's
Okay,
kind of happening in modern uh, internet life. Um,
what do you want to say about it?
so I'll keep it very general, I guess,
All right.
um, because I feel like in a lot of ways, we cut as like consumers, which is what we are in this regard of media.
Okay.
Um, it's very easy to kind of to forget that companies are there to make money, not to actually create support or foster a great change in the world or like awareness with their brand. That's not what they're there for. Uh, the reason why, I mean, the reason why all companies change their logos to be rainbow colored this month is not because they're necessarily backing the LGBTQ plus community.
Right.
Uh, in reality, they're just creating awareness, which creates more revenue in the long run. That's really what it is.
Right.
And so when it comes to like firing people that are creating controversies or are controversial or does something that is out of, I mean, out of the ordinary, I understand why a company would do that, would
Mm-hmm.
terminate a, a problematic individual because it's all about money. That's really what it is.
Yeah.
And and I have no sympathy for it, but I understand it. I understand where it's coming from. Um, I would love for it to be much more human centric, much more well, actually creating change in the world, actually making a dent in the problems that we have to
Yeah.
solve. But it isn't. That's not why companies are there, especially with so many stakeholders in place and uh, stocks being the most important things in everyone's lives.
Yeah. Investors.
Investors. I mean, it's like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's yeah.
Yeah,
I
man. This is a problem I'm
maybe
really interested in, but of which I'm a complete lay person. Um,
yeah. Same, same. Just a guy with an opinion.
right, right. Like, and the need to please investors means that these companies seek stability, predictability, and are risk averse, right?
Yep.
That that's why there's 15,000 Marvel Avengers movies and superheroes in them. That's why they keep printing out Star Wars stuff. Um, that's why we'll probably see another Guild Wars game at some point. Like,
It's a franchise. It's easy to build on franchises because they have,
than to sell new
I mean,
IPs.
people know it. Yeah, exactly. So
And it's that risk aversion that um, kind of seems like it informs so many of these things. Um, the crappy thing, the interesting thing though, is I think that the era we live in is one where individual voices can have such power in a way they never could before. Um, like it's, I've watched the public backlash to Gina Carano's firing, and I don't think the situation went very well for Disney. Is my impression. I don't really get the sense that that was a win for them when they mitigated that risk. I think there was a longer term risk that they ignored or that they undervalued when they made that choice. I'm not really sure. My impression is that as a whole, the internet has honored these firings of the ArenaNet employees by saying that it was a good move. And I'm not saying that I agree with that, but that seems to be the public sentiment that seems to be prevalent among gamers, at least. Um,
I think the
with
general opinion when it happened was that there was a lot of sadness about Peter losing his job, but also a lot of cheering for Jessica losing her job.
the interesting thing, though, is
So
that
it was a very ambivalent feeling. It felt like when I was reading through everything, people
right,
were very divided.
yeah, and I really appreciate that sentiment. I wonder if it's based on like a kind of false premise, though. Like the premise being that the action that was levied against Peter was at all reflective of his tenure or his involvement. Um, I don't know. Like,
In the grand scheme of things, I don't really
I
know
think
either.
what
I
what what
was
I think
yeah.
what we viscerally want is for these kinds of life changing decisions to be based on value judgments of some kind. And I think that the value judgment that gamers want to project onto this is fairness and respect. And the judgment of the gamer hive mind seems to be that justice was meted out, that an injustice to you was corrected, and that that injustice was like, 95% Jessica and 5% Peter, something like that. So them having the same punishment or a consequence, let's call it, seems a little unjust, and that's what you're hearing. But I don't think that the moral judgment this is based on has anything to do with fairness at all. It has everything to do with risk. It has everything to do with with the public perception of the game that ArenaNet is all too aware of. And I think probably what rides at the heart of their decision is the same thing that rides at the heart of the decision to roll back things like um, pure RNG mount acquisition in the gem store, because these both resulted in public backlashes, and they both got a response. And gamers want a moral story that responds to their instincts, but I don't think it's here.
No. I don't
Anyway,
think there really is a good moral to this story, and I think that's the sad reality of this.
yeah,
It
yeah,
wasn't really a happy story with a happy end. Well, let's be real. I hope this had a happy ending, and not in the sense that all the stuff that happened back then. I hope Peter and Jessica are doing better than ever.
me
Honestly,
too.
I really really fucking do.
I want that too.
Yeah, and I feel like yeah.
Yeah. So like, I know we've beaten this horse to death at this point, but like, there's a meta level to this that really bugs me. I still haven't figured out what I think about it.
Hmm?
Are you familiar with the media philosopher Marshall McLuhan and his book "The Medium is the Message"?
I am actually.
Holy
Yes,
shit!
I have not. Uh, Wait, what was the big idea or the book?
The medium is the message. I haven't read the
The
book, but
medium.
I've done a lot of research about this idea. By which I mean
I
I've watched a lot of
know
videos and read articles.
the medium is the message. I've heard about it. It's like surface level. I've heard about it.
Okay,
Um, so I know what's being referred to here. Um, I need to read this actually.
so so
This goes on my read
because
list
this
right
perked
now.
you up, I'll go down this rabbit trail a little bit, see where it goes.
Let's go.
And I'll explain for the viewers what the medium is, my understanding of the medium is the message. So, Marshall McLuhan was a Canadian philosopher who, if you go to his wiki page, will say helped laid cornerstone work on media theory. Um, and here is his uh, basic idea. Um, let me find the good distillation here. Here's the quote that I think is the easiest to understand. What has been communicated has less importance than the particular medium through which people communicate. Which suggests something like if you're listening to me and Deroir talk on Twitch or on YouTube or however else, the medium through which you're hearing us is communicating more information than what we're actually saying, than what our
Which is
words
a
say.
very abstract thought of thinking about technology.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be real here. But yeah,
It seems like it's an argument for deep context. And actually, funnily enough, man, the way I got turned on to this idea is an article someone wrote defending Jessica Price and dropped this idea as a justification. And
damn. Okay.
the suggestion was that by speaking as a white man, that was the medium that weighed heavier than the message that you said on Twitter. And that's how I got to learn about this idea. And it's been blowing my mind ever
I
since.
I definitely see what that. I definitely see what that implies. Um,
So this is a very difficult idea.
but
Um,
my thoughts are scattered now. It was like an explosion just went off.
yeah,
Um,
this is a very tough one. So I'll say a few more words. See what you and other people think. Um, so like another manifestation of this idea is what he said is what you print is nothing compared to the effect of the printed word. Um, and it, I think is a very useful sentiment for reflecting on the true context of things that are said and communicated. Because you and I know a lot of talk has happened about this incident, about all the topics you and I have suggested, but this is one that's appearing on Twitch. Why? And why is it that you and I are here? How is it that I got to the point where I was doing this podcast, where I had the ability or the interest to do so? Like, what does this say back to me? And is this is this just two people who had privileged upbringings who then fell into gaming because we didn't have to deal with real adversity in our lives and are trying to pull ourselves out of it? Is that message louder than what we're actually saying? And I just made that up, by the way. I don't know if that's true. It's just an idea.
it was good though.
So like, and people, I think, are another thing that I thought. Actually, Tom Abernathy said this, and that was very wise. People don't say what they mean. We rely on context to communicate for us as well, and it makes a real mess of evaluating situations like these. Here's some other cool takeaways from McLuhan. He had some very interesting ideas about how the change from oral to printed communication changed things, suggesting that oral communication is of course dominated by the ears as the sense organ, and print is dominated by the eyes, and how hearing how getting information through your eyes versus through your ears is somehow fundamentally different and changes the way the information both arrives and is understood. He also had a lot to say about the onset of electronic media, and he died in the early 2000s. So most of his commentary is before the internet really got big. But he suggested that things like radio, TV, and telephone unified people and encouraged participation at the expense of greater conformity. And he suggested that it was the beginning of an onset of a emerging global village, which I think is dead fucking on. So
It's an interesting. It's an interesting perspective, actually. Something that just came to mind is recently I read Jurassic Park. This is a tangent
my
going
good
on
old
now.
Michael Crichton. Yeah, man.
Yeah, fantastic book. And there's a fantastic quote at one point from Ian Malcolm, the character that is played by what's he called in the movie? Jeff Goldblum.
Yes.
Uh, and in the book, he says something to the effect of, I don't actually remember if it's in Jurassic Park or it's in The Lost World, but it doesn't really matter. It's one of those two,
Mm-hmm.
where he talks about the internet as being the great destroyer of human evolution.
Mm-hmm.
Um, because it unifies all thought processes and all diversity, and thus
Yes.
no development can ever really take place because everyone just becomes one.
Yes.
And he sees that as like he explains that as like this great end of humanity as like
Was this in the
as this
movie or just in
evolving
the book?
creature. It's just in the book. Trust me. There's no way they're portraying. He's a very deep thoughted character in the
I read a
book,
lot of
whereas
Crichton when I was a teenager.
in the movie it's like in the movie he's just talking about this droplet and chaos theory, and it's like that's the only thing. But yeah, I can recommend rereading them if
Maybe I will. I'm actually just picked up. I picked up Dune again recently. Um,
I always had a really hard time getting through Dune. It was like I read the first one, and then I got
okay.
to the second one. I was like, this became instantly like 100-fold more like high sci-fi, super complex. And I got through like half of it, and then I put it down for like a year, and then
Mm-hmm.
I picked it up and read the last of it, and I was like, all right, I think I'll be good. So I never
That
really got past the second one. But
yeah.
now we're going completely off site off
Yeah,
the track
it's
here.
all fucked now at this point. Yeah, I actually had a similar experience with the first Dune book, like a decade ago when I first tried it. I couldn't get through the first half of Dune, like my first 3 or 4 tries, and then I pushed past it, and and then I just read everything after that. But you're right, Dune Messiah,
That's
the
really
second
funny.
book, is a real
It's rough.
reframing, and it's completely goes away from the hero
Yeah.
narrative that the first book is about.
And I absolutely loved the first book. Like
Everyone loves it.
I was completely engulfed by it.
Oh
But
my
yeah,
god.
anyways, it just to backtrack. Sorry,
Okay, yeah,
to
please,
like
please.
the talk of the internet, because I really just enjoy. This was just the last thought. I
Please.
really enjoy a lot of the perspectives on uh, like from pre-2000s views of
Mhm.
the internet or what it could be.
Right.
I find that to be very, very interesting looking at how we're using it today. Yeah.
See if I can find this
But
quote.
do
Um, I can't find it. The quote that Google wants me to read out loud is the one of you stood on the shoulders of geniuses to accomplish something as fast as you could. Whatever. That's not the one we want. Anyway, yeah. Like as it turns out, none of this shit is simple. And
well, truly.
the first time I read that medium is a message thing, just to back this up a little bit, back up to where we were before,
Hmm.
I
Hmm.
kind of had like a natural kind of like negative response to it. Like I was like, ugh, that I don't want that to be true. Like I want the words that I say and I hear others say to speak for themselves. But the more I think about it, the more true I think it is. And I think the more I think about it, the more it accounts for some of the weirdness in our society about, especially around narratives about class and race and gender, at the broader level.
I
And
think there's, I mean, if we take it just to like a theoretical level, there are
okay,
a number of different uh, let's call them theorists, within the field of communication and like just
Mhm.
the spoken word that talk about the implied context behind anything.
Okay.
I mean, just take something like semiotics or um, where it's like so like semiotics is like the study of symbols and their inherent meaning.
Okay.
It's like a tree doesn't or an apple doesn't really mean anything in itself unless you have the context of like this grew out of a tree, this is edible, all of these things. It's like talking about
Yeah.
the symbolism between or behind every mundane little thing that we talk about.
Yeah, symbols
And then
only
we take
gain
it to the
meaning in comparison to each other.
exactly. And then
And
you take
also,
it to the
like,
level of
go ahead.
where every single word, every letter is technically a symbol, and what's the implied message there? Like
Right.
it goes very deep, and then it all like boils down to everything is contextually based, and there's
Yeah.
always going to be something behind the words that are uttered, the symbols that are portrayed. Anything that we as humans produce will be contextually based in something. That's why we're talking about is code racist or can AI be racist or
Mhm.
sexist or whatever. And it's like, yeah, in a sense, because it's like there's an implied bias from the creators of whatever is
Mhm.
impacting the technology and the symbols that. I mean, it's now we're getting like into like
Yes.
a weird
So deep.
abstract level.
This is
But
so
the thing
deep.
is, just to like boil
This is
it
the good stuff
down,
for me, man. Go ahead.
everything is contextually based, and
Yeah.
yeah, that's just the. So the medium as the message is a really really fun thought. It's a very I need to read this
I think it's very useful. I think that
because it's a really
there's like
it's a
a
novel
20-page
concept or
paper
a
out there.
novel way of saying.
I'm pretty sure I have the link to the 20-page paper that McLuhan himself wrote about it. I can probably find it and send it to you. Um, but yeah, it's good. So McLuhan also, like, in the same lecture where he's talking about this, like, he had this other really fascinating way of framing something that I want to say it out loud so I can think about it later. Maybe you find it interesting, maybe you don't. Um, but he talked about this idea of how violence is self-expression. And he said that the quest for identity is always a violent quest. It's a series of adventures and encounters that create all sorts of disturbances. So, abstracting violence to a quest for identity, I think, is extremely interesting. And not
Does he
just
mean
like,
it in a very literal sense of violence, or
no, he doesn't.
is he talking about just the
He means it in the
like
most abstract sense, like conflict
okay yes okay
or
yes.
dissonance, things being different. And I think it's a big part of why superheroes are such a huge part of the landscape of our social narratives these days. What better example of people who form identity through violence? And there's truth to
Then
that.
big guys beating up the bad guys, or the good guys beating up the
I'm
bad
sure
guys,
that
so to
you
speak.
must feel like your search for identity, like in terms of what you're doing now, like has some violence in it. Not in the sense of like beating people up, but in the sense of like there's conflict. Like you have to contend with things that feel opposite. Um,
I mean, yeah, I was talking about this earlier. It's like I said it was almost a surprise that the obvious didn't occur to me. That ever since I was a teenager, I wanted to do creative stuff, and why wasn't I pursuing the creative stuff until
mhm,
now?
mhm,
Um, in hindsight, obviously, there's always been this cognitive dissonance. Like, I always thought that I wanted something different than the things that I was actually really enjoying and doing
mhm,
that was awesome. Um, so I can definitely, I mean, in a sense, it's always been this like rebellion against my inner desires, I guess. And so
mhm,
to use the analogy from McLuhan, yeah, I guess it has been uh, a violent struggle with
mhm,
myself, or the different selves that I was kind of perceiving
mhm. Contending with
manifesting in the
yourself
world. Let's call that.
or contending with the world are inherently violent acts. I think that's so. I think that idea is so intoxicating. I gotta think about it some more though.
It's a very very interesting thought. I'd love to revisit this as well.
Yeah, well, you're
Uh,
coming out to Seattle.
after
We
I
can.
after I yeah, exactly. After I read the book,
Oh man, I gotta read it too
I'm ready
now.
for
Okay.
this.
And the other thing he said about this that I think was interesting. So I mentioned the superhero thing, but he also talked about sports, and he said that he was talking about sports, but he didn't use the word sports. He used the word games, which for me was very useful. He said games are a dramatization of typical and accepted types of violence in the business community, and that they have no meaning without an audience.
um, yeah, I can actually. Well, in I I agree and disagree. This is one of those cases where a layman is going to say again that
We're
I
all
slightly
yes.
disagree.
We neither of
I
us know what we're
slightly
talking about.
disagree with this statement.
I'll allow you to slightly
I can
disagree.
um, because in a sense, it's like yes, I definitely see a correlation between myself in this regard and a lot of the like content creation and just the general appeal for a lot of people to play video games
Uh huh.
is to like showcase either their skill, their achievements, their outfits, their whatever. There is inevitably going to be an audience, or we are going to seek one out. But I don't believe that that goes for everyone. Not everyone wants to be seen in that regard. I don't believe that self-expression uh, has to be um, bound to the audience or the presence of an audience. I believe that self-expression and self-actualization can manifest itself in a very well solo scenario.
A tree falling in the forest.
It definitely makes a sound.
Hmm. Okay. I have to give that one some thought too.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. So in that regard, I see where he's coming from,
Hmm.
but I would venture to say that those are the words of a narcissist.
Hmm.
Um, because if you only see true self-actualization and self-development as being or having the need for an audience, it doesn't. I mean, it just doesn't go well together. I mean, yeah, I'm losing my words here,
I
but
don't know, man. I think there's something there. I'm not prepared to defend it. Sounds like we need to go do our research.
truly, truly.
S- Yes, as an academic, I'm sure you. Yes. Okay. All right. Well, we went deep down the rabbit hole on this one, man. Dude, this
Oh
has been so
yeah,
fun.
it has. It's been a really, really great conversation. I've loved this. This is amazing. It's like 2:30 in the morning now, and it's awesome.
Okay.
I've had a great time. Four and a
Like,
half hours or something. We've been going for forever.
yeah, honestly, like if I had more stuff to riff off of, I feel like I would like to hang out with you longer because it's just been so fun.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, we should just do this again another time.
oh, of course, I forgot about something very important to ask you about. Maybe this is a good note to end it on. How do you feel about End of Dragons?
Um, I'm very excited. That's
Okay.
the the preface of this whole thing. I think I actually said that at the very start of this whole thing. I
Yeah, you
am
did.
very excited for End of Dragons. I am. I don't know. I'm apprehensive. I'm kind of. I'm holding back my hype. And also, I just wanted to come out in 2022 because I've got a lot more personal time there. So, just like planning ahead, I don't really want it to come out in 2021. I would much rather than just take their time.
When do you think it'll come out? Prediction time.
It's an annoying thing because I mean, they are definitely they're definitely laying themselves up for a November or no October
Mm-hmm.
September release. I doubt that is realistic. But then again, I don't know what the scope is. So who am
Right.
I to say that it's realistic?
Hmm.
So I'm probably basing my sense of realism off of, or my sense of realism, my perspective, or what I think off of my expectations or my hopes and dreams.
Yeah.
Which, I mean,
That's all we can do
honestly,
right now.
yeah, honestly, there isn't much hopes and dreams to really pick off of. I'm too busy most of the time to really, like, in my daily life,
Hmm.
to really go deep on speculating and hoping for whatever may come. What I hope for End of Dragons, and I truly do hope this, is that it's a great fucking expansion.
Hmm.
And I hope that by the time that the expansion is released, ArenaNet has figured out what their next step is, regardless of whether or not that is
Bam.
something new
Yes.
or if they want to continue. But I
That's
want
what I
them
want.
to really, I really just, yeah.
I
And I
want,
don't
yeah,
mind. The thing,
good.
yeah, I don't mind either way. I just kind of want them to make up their mind
And
because
tell
it
us.
seems like, and tell us exactly. Obviously, make up their mind is such a reductive way of saying this. It's I'm kind of personifying this company, but there are a lot of stakeholders in this.
Yeah.
Obviously, that will
Yeah. No,
have
well,
an opinion.
you're
But
calling
just
out
tell us.
something that we all experience, which is feeling like we can never know what to expect. And knowing what to expect is important when you have a relationship with a game or base part of your identity on it, as so many do. Um, yeah.
Truly, yeah,
Today's, like I mentioned earlier, is the 2-year anniversary of the last raid in Guild Wars 2. Is it the last raid? I don't
yeah.
know. Seems like it.
I mean,
I think a
who knows?
2022 release for End of Dragons would be kind of rough. I think the waiting period for that would be rough for the community.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, definitely. I'm talking from a purely egocentric, let's call it that,
Oh yeah, just for
perspective.
you. I get it, man.
I would like it to come out in 2022. I
Hmm.
know a lot of other people wanted to come out in 2021, late 2021, right after all of this season revisit, living story, whatever
Yeah, it
Chuai
does.
that
It
word.
does suggest a certain timeline, doesn't it?
It does. It definitely does, especially with the announcement and everything coming after that. But I mean, yeah, I wish they just took their time and made it as great as they could or they
Yeah.
can. But I also realized that that is not how business is done. They need a product to sell. They need to
Hmm.
earn a revenue, and they cannot put their development on hold just for an expansion that
Yeah.
people will, I mean, lose interest in over time.
Yeah, that's the real trick. Is it's not just an expansion. It's an expansion plus what's next, like you so wisely called out.
Yeah.
If we get the expansion to come out and it's 2 or 3 months later and we still don't know what's coming out for the rest of the game, then it'll be considered a failed expansion. Um,
Yep.
no matter how good it is,
Definitely.
we need to know what's
I
going on.
kind of wanted to just. I wish it can. I hope for it that the expansion can stand on its own and just be what it is,
Mhm.
because I don't really have. I have my doubts as to whether or not anything will follow End of Dragons.
Yeah. Well, I mean, after the
So
Icebird saga in the last couple of years, we have every reason to doubt what the future is.
yeah, for Guild Wars 2.
When I talked
Mind
to Tom Abernathy about season 4, because like I don't know, like you remember the end of season 4 when we killed Kralkatork and there's that big end scene, da 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 da, and Noreen flying off, and it's
the
like
moment
wow,
the game should have ended.
it's
Yeah.
like wow, like roll credits, man, like that's the moment right there. And the thing that Tom said about it was we didn't know what the future of content for Guild Wars 2 was going to be about, so we wanted to make sure that we really fulfilled this storyline. And
Yeah.
I think that they put a lot more into those releases than otherwise would have put um, if they knew like what was coming after, or there was a plan to do more content, or I don't know if the plan was more certain. But I think that's a pretty cool thing that they said, you know what, we're going to rally behind what could be the end of the game. Obviously, it wasn't. Yeah, that's a whole separate conversation about communication and expectations, but let's not do that today. Let's not.
Yeah, I've got my fair share of stories from and emotions around that whole sequence there at the end of season 4. But I
Yeah,
think I'll save that for another day because it's a lot of repeat of what I've already said.
absolutely,
Anyways,
man.
so
Okay. Well, like I mentioned before, this has been amazing. Really a treat to sit down and talk
yeah.
to you and get to know you, Deroir. After seeing you for so long in your content and on Tea Time, stuff like that. Um,
And thank you for the invite. It's been a real pleasure. This is I'm glad this all worked out.
yeah, me too. Me too. Across the time zones and everything.
Yeah.
So, is there anything you want to promote, man?
Um. Well, I went into this thinking yes,
Okay.
and then we started talking about the whole JP thing, and then I got scared. I'm
Okay.
honestly, I'm constantly on the guard for
Ah, man.
possible retribution from that.
Don't do that,
But
people.
I'm going to go out on a limb here.
All right.
So yes, I do have something to promote. It's something a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
Um, because I'm not really creating content, doing or at least like Guild Wars 2 content. I
That's
don't
fine.
really do anything under the banner Deroir at the moment.
Okay.
But I do post on my Instagram page, which is basically just my portfolio for what I do.
Okay.
So it's got a lot of my professional work and just personal work that I do. It's a bit silent for the moment, but yeah, I kind of want to promote that. So it's my actual last name, which is
Okay.
why I was kind of apprehensive about this. But then it's called Bypless,
Okay.
Pless on
B
Instagram.
BYPLESS.
Yes,
Okay.
underscore. So
Oh,
by
I get
underscore
it. I get it.
pless. Yeah,
And I can't
and
see it.
that's all I want to promote because
All right.
yeah, I kind of wanna just share that. I
Absolutely,
love
dude.
sharing some of the stuff that I'm actually creating. Currently, it's a situation of yeah. There we go. Currently, it's a situation of having. I've got a lot of things in the work right now that I am not allowed to share.
Respect
So
that.
that is why it is very silent right now. But hey, go there. Stuff happens all the
More
time
to
there.
come. That's the story, right?
More to come. Exactly.
Excellent.
Good fun. There's always stuff to come.
Excited for
Check it
that,
out.
dude. Excited for that. Instagram.com/by BY underscore PLESS. Check it out, y'all. Good shit. And as for me, I'll just give my postage stamp here. I'm Deeg. I'm here on YouTube, Deeg, Twitch, Deeg TV. Podcasts every week is how it's been, and I think that conversation has the power to change the world. I'm not sure how it's going to change, but I think it should change, and we're trying to do it 1 inch at a time. Um, I also do weekly um, solo discussion streams on Monday nights where I pick a topic and just talk about what I think about it. So this previous week, I talked about um, an issue affecting the Planet Side 2 community, where a new update is going to see several player communities be deleted from the game. And they're kind of upset about it. I talked about some of the ramifications of that and how it maybe could have been handled differently. That kind of stuff. Week before that, why I'm not playing Burning Crusade Classic like so many of my friends are. But yeah, that's pretty much it, man. Anything else you want to say?
It's been a pleasure.
Likewise.
That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Deroir, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Deke, and take care, everyone.